Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Radiant Nuclear announced Monday afternoon that it will build its first nuclear microreactor manufacturing facility in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and not Wyoming, abandoning plans for a controversial project near Bar None after months of heated debate over spent nuclear fuel storage. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the decision comes after Radiant repeatedly warned Wyoming officials that regulatory uncertainty could drive the company elsewhere.
It's really shown a division between Republican legislators in Wyoming. Senator Ed Cooper was really explicit about his criticisms toward the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, saying they're really going to have to answer for erasing many years of economic development work. The Freedom Caucus responded and said, hey, look, we're not against the industry, we're against waste.
Radiant says they will build their new factory on portions of the historic K-27 and K-29 Manhattan project sites, with construction beginning in early 2026. A Crook County man was shot in the neck while working cattle near Sundance. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Chase White was working on the Snooks Ranch, separating calves from their mothers alongside two other cowboys on the morning of October 4th when he felt a sharp pain.
He felt something and it made him faint, and he sat down and then he passed out, and he called the two other cowboys that were with him and they called 911. It wasn't until the doctors, the personnel at the hospital in Sundance did an x-ray that they were like, have you ever been shot before? Because there was a bullet lodged in his chest. It had gone down through his neck, through both lungs, and came to rest near a rib.
Authorities have no idea where the bullet came from as the investigation continues. Chase was hospitalized for a full week in South Dakota, and even though doctors aren't going to remove the bullet, he's expected to make a full recovery. The Laramie County Sheriff's Office on Monday announced it has arrested a man on claims he hoarded more than 100 animals kept in despicable conditions. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports all the animals have been taken to the Cheyenne Animal Shelter.
Now, over 102 animals entered the animal shelter last Friday from this scenario, and this is really stretching the workforce at the animal shelter thin. I spoke to one worker today who said that they were at the shelter past midnight on that Friday night when all of these animals arrived. So the shelter workers are putting in a lot of hard work trying to keep all of these animals safe and happy and cared for.
Authorities say they executed a search warrant at a home in Laramie County and discovered over 100 animals being kept there, including 22 dead animals. The sheriff's office is recommending multiple counts of felony aggravated cruelty to animals against Michael O'Hearn. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Wyoming's data center boom has sparked optimism about bringing jobs and money to the state's coffers, but there are concerns about rising power bills for everyday customers. Over the weekend, former state senator Anthony Bouchard channeled a lot of those fears and frustrations in one long Facebook post that attracted hundreds of comments. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports not everybody's worried.
A lot of these data centers are bringing their own power. They're going to build out natural gas, for example, for the Casper facility. And Evanston, too, I believe they're going to use a proportion that's natural gas, as well as some renewables that they're building themselves. So they're adding to the electrical generation capacity, building that infrastructure themselves.
Wyoming's growing sector of artificial intelligence and data centers have collectively announced 12.8 gigawatts worth of processing power so far. 4 moose have been struck and killed within the past couple of weeks in Grand Teton National Park, including a famous bull named Elk Antler. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports authorities say the rash of killings comes down to just one thing.
People are just lead-footing it through the parks, Grand Teton, Yellowstone, driving way faster than they need to be. Like in the spring, a lot of times they'll be migrating and crossing highways, and then in the fall, you have the mating seasons are on, what they call the rut.
Grand Teton and Yellowstone continue to draw record crowds of visitors each and every year. There's also been a trend toward more people showing up during the previously quiet shoulder seasons in the spring and fall. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on what is it? Tuesday. I get my days mixed up. We're going to start right in with discussion today. Matt Wilson is with us, CEO of Radiant Nuclear, and breaking news today. Unfortunately, we learned Radiant's going to abandon plans for Bar None, opting for Oak Ridge, Tennessee, due mainly to fear, trepidation over nuclear in Wyoming. There's this uncertain path forward for businesses, especially those with, I imagine, impending orders. You've got fulfillment to think about. You've got business, and when you just don't know the future, that's not good. I hope it's not any anti-Wyoming stuff. I hope there's a future here, Matt. Matt, we hardly knew you. You and your family, and you trace roots back to Wyoming. Your dad, man, this sounded like it could have been, should have been. But, yeah, where do we start? Oak Ridge, huh? I know there's a bit of a nuclear resurgence going on there. I mean, we're talking 1940s Manhattan Project. All of a sudden, there are a lot of companies interested in setting up shop there again as far as nuclear. Let me ask you this, Matt, before you tell me what was behind the decision and how, what came into it. Are you still, the things that excited you about Wyoming, are they still there?
Many of the things that excited me personally about Wyoming are definitely still there. I've spent close to a year and a half of my life there now. I was there almost 1 week a month since last summer. And so everything that we saw, the people I met, I'm going to keep a lot of those relationships as well. There was a lot of advocates for nuclear, pro-business environment in general, but at the end of the day, we had to pick the certain path, which was Oak Ridge. So.
Yeah. I know, it's people have questions, and you invited the dialogue. People wanted answers. They're like nervous about some things, nuclear, and it's a lot of hand holding. It's a lot of getting people up to speed and knowledgeable about what's going on. And you were willing to do that. You did do that since, I don't know, back in March or even earlier. But then at a certain point, I think you're looking at the legislature, you're looking at state statute and the ability to pivot, the ability to move very quickly there. Freedom Caucus, there was some in the state legislature that just weren't giving you good tingly feelings. And we're coming into a budget session, so you're looking at 2/3 majority. Like, is that the big hang up? Is state statute needed to change, and that wasn't going to move very fast for you?
That was the main reason. So I provided testimony on a couple bills back in January of this year, saying what Radiant needed to move forward in Wyoming. And there was a lot of good discussion, and it left with, this sounds like a great interim topic, and we are going to make it a priority. And it was a priority. I provided commentary in May. We had other folks on the Radiance side go to the July minerals meeting. And ultimately, the decision was we're going to table this bill. And so after a lot of work to say, here's what we want to do in the community, when there was an unclear path after 6 months of participating in conversations, we're not willing to wait and see if February goes our way or not, when we have the fact of the matter is we have a clear path. And so we were trying to support an ecosystem that we saw developing in Wyoming. And we did that for quite a while, but it's too large of a business risk to look to spend tens of millions of dollars in a place that we are not sure we're going to get the statutes set up the way that we need.
Yeah. Which is not to say there may not, the door is shut on a future. I want to talk about that in a moment, but you know, when it comes to, let me ask you about this: the Freedom Caucus, the resistance in the state lawmakers really seems to stem, in their words, around the storage of spent fuel. That's all it comes down to. You propose to store it safely and temporarily in above ground containers. What does that look like? And what do you mean temporarily? What would be the eventual home for spent fuel in your project?
Yeah, so it would be the same exact setup that every other operating reactor around the United States has today. The same exact setup that TerraPower would be looking to have in Wyoming as well. And so we build our reactors. The key difference is that we deploy them out of state to high energy markets, support our military troops, et cetera, et cetera. When they need to be refueled, all of that activity happens back to the factory site. So they're shipped back. We transfer the fuel from the reactor to a dry cask system. It's a concrete and steel canister that sits above ground, has a great safety track record. Nuclear is seen as one of the safest forms of energy that the U.S. already has. And so we'd follow all the same rules. The only difference is that Wyoming allows operating reactors. So if you turn on a reactor in the state, you can store spent fuel there. Because we build them, turn them on out of state, we were not allowed to. So it was really a word adjustment in my mind that we were looking for. So.
Yeah. We're talking to Radiant's Matt Wilson, who we hear this morning they're making a tough decision to base in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, rather than Bar None. That was the plan. That was the idea. Oak Ridge offers what, Matt? That's key. I hear you say, I hear quotes from the company saying they have a second to none nuclear IQ, which, you know, they've been doing nuclear for a while. There's probably not the fear there about it. They understand it better. They've been doing it since the Manhattan Project, since the early 1940s. They're probably more welcoming about it. Wyoming has a good energy-based notion, but we're still maybe can't quite get there with the nuclear. What is it about Oak Ridge that you thought, yeah, this will work?
Certainty and stability. So I'll tie it back to Wyoming for a second. When we were working through what Radiant needs to have happen to be successful, it was quite frequent. It came up, well, can't you just wait until there's new folks in the legislature? And Oak Ridge has a very stable government. They're like, come here, look at our track record. We care about nuclear. We understand that 20% of the United States energy comes from nuclear. You are going to be successful here, and we are going to do whatever you need to be successful here. I'm in Oak Ridge, Tennessee right now. I was at the announcement. That was echoed across the governor, multiple state legislators, congressmen, multiple people in the community. It is a cohesive environment here.
Yeah. So here in Bar None, there were town hall meetings. There were legislators speaking out. There was, you know, in any major project like this, a business wants to relocate. There's hoops to jump through. But in Oak Ridge, is it that? Did it really get the red carpet rolled out, for instance? I mean, you're ready to go.
There's dialogue that needs to happen in any community that we're going to site in. They are familiar with nuclear. We do have a slightly different model than many of the other nuclear companies here. It is a new concept, but I will say new is not scary to them. They want to understand. They're looking for information and they are expecting information. There's still an accountability piece of this. It's not, wow, here's another nuclear company, let's just let them in. We are having real conversations. We have been participating in conversations with Oak Ridge for a year and a half as well. We have prioritized Wyoming earlier this year until it no longer made sense to do so, and we've had to pick back up. And we are incredibly excited to go to Oak Ridge, even though it's been hard on me personally, knowing how much time I have spent, folks in Wyoming have spent, and I do hope that there is a nuclear ecosystem that continues to grow in Wyoming.
Yeah, I'm reading the Oak Ridger. That's going to be your new hometown newspaper, man. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the Carbon County or the whatever it could have been. But yeah, the Oak Ridger is talking about a nuclear resurgence. A lot of new businesses coming to town. Oklo, nuclear startup, promising a big investment in that area. It's a resurgence. It's a scene. It's all coming together. Maybe for you, that's of a benefit. What about being more centrally located in the United States? Does that mean anything? There's a lot of rail there. There's river. I mean, it kind of works for a central location for what you want to do. You're going to be shipping these containers out everywhere.
It's a small piece of it.
Yeah.
We are going to be shipping to very remote locations. Oftentimes, a lot of our military-based customers might be on the East Coast, so we are a little closer. We have a lot of vendors in and around the area, so location-wise, maybe slightly better, but far and away, certainty and stability were the reasons we're here.
Yeah. So for Radiant, what do you have in the future? What is inked already, especially with the Department of Defense? There's contracts in place, like they want this stuff and they need it by a certain date.
Yeah, we have a contract with the Air Force. We have a couple large commercial contracts as well, and so we're basically being asked, how fast can you deliver a commercial version? Because we're turning on a prototype next summer. And again, that went back into the decision as well, as Trump's executive orders called out, turn on a reactor next summer. We are planning on doing that already, July 4th, 2026, before then. And then we want a commercial reactor at a military base by the end of 2028. We believe we can do that in Oak Ridge. We no longer believe we can do that in Wyoming. But let's see where Wyoming is 5 years from now, 10 years from now. They have there's still a lot of nuclear companies interested in investing in Wyoming, and I will be interested in following along how those discussions go.
Yeah, and that's hopeful, and also hopeful is the way it's not a Veronica exit. It's not adios. I appreciate you wrote a letter to the editor of Cowboy State Daily. You wrote a letter basically to Wyoming saying, here's our decision. You didn't have to do that. You're a company that says, well, you don't want us, we're going to go here. That wasn't the way. You didn't pack up your tent and go elsewhere. That was a great, thoughtful letter, and you explained what it is, and you really let us in. It was very transparent, really personal. I appreciate that. That's cool.
That's how we've tried to manage this entire process. You mentioned we've done a few town halls, and the March town hall, first one in Bar None, we said we're going to be here all summer, and then we're going to evaluate where we are, and we're going to make our decision with the latest information, and that's what we've done.
Well, yeah, it's unfortunate note. Good luck in Tennessee. I hope one day, we get you in Wyoming. It sounded like that was a good fit.
We were excited. I'll share when it comes to the spent fuel, since that was where the statute was focused. That's where folks had a lot of concerns. I've heard some folks say they're pro-nuclear, but not pro-spent fuel. My perspective is that would be like saying, I love hamburgers. I love picking it up at a grocery store. I love energy. I love nuclear energy. I like cattle. I like uranium mining. That happens in Wyoming. I don't really like to do any of the other stuff in between to make all of that happen. Like, there is a process. There is a life cycle on that side too. There's a life cycle in nuclear. You can't be pro-nuclear if you aren't okay with the entire life cycle. And that includes some of the byproducts that every energy type has. It just happens to be that the nuclear comes in a spent gas form. So that's I will leave that with folks in Wyoming to understand. I don't see how you can be pro-nuclear without understanding the entire process.
Yeah, you can't separate the two things. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's just going to take more time, I think, to get there. Certainly more time than you were ready to wait for. So I understand the move to Oak Ridge also. All right. Well, Matt, thanks for spending time with us in this early morning hour. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it too, Jake. Have a good one.
All right. That's Matt Wilson. He heads Radiant Nuclear, and they announced, you'll read the news in today's Cowboy State Daily, they announced that they're going to set up operations in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The thought was they'd be in bar none, and they would bring a boost to the economy, providing jobs. I can tell from reading the Oak Ridger, Oak Ridge, Tennessee's newspaper, that they're excited about the boost to the economy. They have a little resurgence going down. Now, to be fair, their whole base knowledge of nuclear and their whole beginning, their history, their legacy of nuclear wasn't exactly open arms back in 1943. The government bought 60,000 acres in 1942 in the Clinch River Valley and said, we're set, and didn't say anything. Actually, it's very secretive. The Manhattan Project, go read about it. The governor of Tennessee was not on board with nuclear in 1942, I can tell you that. But the secretive Manhattan Project, where uranium was enriched to get ready for war stuff, to build bombs. Oak Ridge nickname is Atomic City, or the Secret City. And the Manhattan Project, it wasn't rolling out the red carpet in 1943. But since then, Oak Ridge has become known as a second place, a resurgence for nuclear. A lot of companies are moving their nuclear technology and their businesses to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and the latest is Radiant. They leave the notion of bar none behind. They just could not trust that there was a path forward with legislation the way it is in Wyoming, could not get things changed in Cheyenne, and didn't look like that was going to happen anytime soon. Certainly not this February when we have a budget session. So if there wasn't a lot of excitement over changing state statute to allow for the storage of spent nuclear fuel and the things that needed to happen for Radiant did not happen this last time around in Cheyenne. There was unlikely that they were going to happen this upcoming session in February, when you would need more than a majority vote. You would need a 2/3 vote in a budget session, because these would be non-budget related items. So that with fulfillment needing to happen, with contracts in place, I understand why Radiant just had to jump. It's a time issue, but Wyoming is not left out in the cold. There may be a day where Radiant does set up something in Wyoming, according to Radiant CEO who just joined us, Matt Wilson. So we'll see, future. We'll see what happens. We got to take a break. We got to get Jen Coker in the room on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake as we continue along on a Tuesday morning. Be back right after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi, I'm your retirement fear, But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. Jen Coker is with us. Jennifer, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Jake? It's been a minute since I've seen you, and you're so fancy now. There's a Zoom room with a weight thing.
Why, didn't it? Oh, the green room, like before you come on.
Yeah.
Yes. And we removed all the green M&Ms from the bowl just for you.
Thank you.
As per your demanding rider, which suggested you need Schweppes and a six-pack of root beer. What else?
I need hair and makeup, please.
Hair and makeup coming in. Well, you look ravishing. That must be our crew in the green room. I know, a fancy waiting room. That's unfortunately that's because we leave people in the waiting room so long. We got to give them some idea that we're big time. A few stories about that you wrote. One that you did not write that I'm interested in. I want to talk about that too. But Jen, the Chance Engelberg, you've been following this a long time, may have a resolution here.
Yeah, I followed this from day one, and I think I was one of the first reporters who actually got to speak to Bailey, the wife. She soon stopped taking interviews. So I think I talked to her the next week after he had disappeared. So yeah, I have been following this for a very long time.
Well, is this how you thought it would end up? Now, why is the Gering, Nebraska, is that unusual for this guy who went missing? Moorcroft, man, where was he last seen, by the way?
Okay, he was living in Moorcroft at the time, but he had been in Gering, Nebraska that weekend visiting his in-laws. So he was there, and they had been golfing all day, and there was a argument of some type among the men who were golfing. Bailey's, I believe it was her dad and brother, and he got mad and asked Bailey to pick him up. Bailey picked him up, and they took him back. They were staying at the grandmother's house, and Chance was still angry. And he said, I need to cool off. And he walked off. That was the last they ever saw him. As far as where he was found, I have never been more wrong in my life.
Really? You mean the exact location? Which
I had, and this time, there's so many of us behind the scenes on this thing talking about it all the time, but I had been under the impression that he was in the river. And I think a lot of people were there too, because the most recent search that Gering, Nebraska did, which was a couple months, 6 months ago, they searched that river again. exhaustively for 2 days with cadaver dogs. So I think a lot of people thought, because originally the cadaver dogs had tracked his scent to that river.
Hmm. Well, so how was he found? I didn't. I don't know if I saw that. Just by accident? Who found him?
Hikers found a hiker, I believe, found him, and I was very surprised, and I am shocked at where he was found because it was so off trail. It's on the monument. I don't know if you know the Monument Park. I personally don't, but I had a very patient man who lives there yesterday kind of show me where the body was found versus where he had actually taken pictures on Saturday when he saw the police out there. He's walking his dogs and saw the police activity and then just started taking pictures. Knows the area very well, hikes out there. He said nobody ever, it's very desolate. He lives right there. It's where it follows a canal. And so there's like a road following the canal. So from where he took the picture versus where the body was found, which was off, and I can't gauge the difference. I believe police said it was 30 feet off the road, but it looks far more off the road, but not only off the road, but way up a steep hill. What am I trying to say? A steep mountain.
Yeah.
So I don't get it. I looked at different trails that he could have taken. Either way, it's so far off where he would have been because his plan was to walk to Torrington, which sounds like it's only, I think, 20 miles. So it's not crazy far. And don't quote me on the 20 miles. I can't remember, but it's not crazy far.
So what about private investigator Ryan Couch? I think he isn't too surprised about the location. Is there anything about where this is? It's so remote and weird, and it's maybe not along a pathway you would take if you were going to walk to Torrington. Is there anything that would indicate maybe he met with some bad actors, maybe was killed, and then his body was dumped there? Is that an option?
Anything is an option at this point, from him being dumped, him walking there on his own accord and falling. The police are extremely mum, and I mean, it's just the beginning of the investigation. So, they haven't even positively ID'd him yet. So this is beginning stages.
Yeah. Why is it that we think this could be chance? What is the indication? Clothing, anything, ID, anything on the body?
I'm not privy to say that at this point. But from what I've been told by my sources, that it's a positive ID is forthcoming.
Yeah. So you say you were there day one early on. You and Bailey have spoken. She has since probably gone silent. She probably has just built this wall of security around her and her family.
Absolutely. There's death threats. I mean, that's why she stopped talking to the press. This is, I think, the most contentious missing person case I personally have seen, where there are so many internet trolls who are out there stirring up stuff. The families do not speak at this point, Bailey's family and Chance's family. And there's so much drama. I'm not a drama person, so I stay far away. But if you go on and even just read one thread, you can kind of see the crux of this drama, and it's just speculation. And remember, there was big reward money at one point. So Chance's grandmother had offered up $200,000 reward for 1 year for his 30th birthday. So a lot of people were coming forward trying to, of course, get that reward money, but police have just been working this one hard, and his body was discovered in an area where the PI, Ryan Couch, did believe it would be based on everything he knows. And I do know that Chance's friends had searched that area also. So it's not that it was a huge disbelief that he's out there. It's just, it's hard to say without seeing it myself, but it just seems like he would have had to walk up a very steep cliff to get himself there, which would have been way off track. So, he could have been disoriented. There's just no way to know. And as I know, I've been wrong on this one from the start, because I thought the river So I am done speculating.
Yeah. Even when you have so many things answered now, you have the body, the remains of someone you believe to be Chance, the missing person since what, 2019.
Yeah.
Even when you have that, it opens doors to other questions that, you may never. It might be something totally simple, like why was he there? And it's weird he would, and maybe the explanation is completely simple, but some things are impossible to piece together. So, I mean, at this point, I just hope for the story's sake, for your sake, for Bailey's sake, who they had an infant son in the 4th of July weekend. He went missing. So I just hope they're doing okay. And I would like to know.
Yeah, absolutely. If both families here are definitely, impacted by this. So, and I think that gets lost in the conversation here. But I've learned from Ryan Couch, who told me I only follow facts. So that is my new tactic, and I have I am through speculating.
Yeah, it's tough when no facts come in. You start to, and it's natural human nature to start to get ahead of yourself and get ahead of the facts, and you want to make the facts fit your theory. I know that's easy to do. Cops, investigators learn not to do that, I think, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think there'll be more to come. I mean, obviously, it's got to be determined whether or not it was by natural causes or whether or not foul play. And I spoke to Captain Jason Rogers yesterday, and he said they are not making any determination at this point beyond their initial release that just said at this point remains were found.
Yeah. Let's go to the other a missing case still unsolved. Why now do we revisit this 40-year-old Naomi Kidder case? 1982, the Buffalo teen goes missing, vanished when hitchhiking. That's the word I'm looking for, from Rawlins to Buffalo. Her body found months later, 4 decades later. Police still looking for answers. How can we piece this together this many years later?
Yeah, your first question, why now? There is no reason why now other than Desiree Tinoco from Missing People of Wyoming works tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure everybody's accounted for and all these cold cases are on the police's radar. And the reason these got unearthed is because there was a law passed last year that dictates that law enforcement turn in all of their old cold cases from 1974 on, and turn them over to DCI so they can be in the cold case database. So Desiree does this just on her own time and said, hey, have you ever heard of this one? And I said, I absolutely have not. Let me look into it. That's how that happened. And when I did speak to police, they said it's cold, but it's open. And I realize, from everything that I've seen, based on what the police tell me, they seem to have a suspect in Larry Dwayne Hall, who is a prolific, would-be never charged serial killer, who is still alive. The way that gets solved is he says, I did it. And short of that, I don't know what to do. The police did say they found on Hall's person, he was arrested for raping and kidnapping a girl in 1994. So he's still alive in prison in North Carolina. And when I spoke to investigators, they said there was enough information to tie Hall to her death because he had, I don't know what he had on his person, but they were able to make him a suspect. Their problem was they could never tie him geographically to Wyoming during that time. So another way this case gets solved, if it's somebody who 40 years later remembers, hey, Hall was here because of this event, then, they have more to work with. So people need to come forward.
Yeah. Or, a lot of these old cases where you just have a disappearance or you do have a body, but an unsolved cold case crime, you just you try to match a database of victims with known serial killers in the area at the time, like these Ted Bundys, these Halls, these people we know. That's all you can do, I guess, or just throw the story out there again, and you never know. This day and age, Cowboy State Daily has great reach, and this internet age, maybe that story goes out again, and somebody knew somebody who knows something about these cases. What about this Scott Schwebke story about the human skull found in Carbon County cave? That's interesting. As soon as you find what you identify as a human skull, you immediately say, all right, who are the missing peoples in this area? And that's where Desiree Tinoco comes in handy, and you and others.
Yeah. I was on the phone with her yesterday about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think in this one, if it is from the 1800s, then it's going to be just the first step in this process, is my understanding. It gets determined whether or not it's over, I think it's 100 years. If it is over 100 years, it goes under the jurisdiction of the forensic anthropologist. And that's a whole different process that has nothing to do with law enforcement.
Oh.
However, if it is under that time period, then it goes through law enforcement channels.
Have you talked to your friend, Sheriff Bakken?
I have not talked to him. Desiree talked to him.
Well, why do we think it's that old? And is it possible just, before actual tests are done and forensics are done, is it possible to just eyeball it and say, that could go all the way back to the 1800s? How could you make that determination?
Yeah, and I'm speaking so off topic about a topic I have absolutely no understanding of. But from what I've been told, it's pretty easy to make that determination of age. There's experts. The forensic anthropologists they know their business. So I assume that's probably not going to be a hard determination. The hard determination comes if it goes under the law enforcement channel.
So of the myriad scenarios that stories like this that Jen tracks down, missing persons, there are those missing persons that are missing and just seem to have vanished from the planet. We don't have an answer decades later. There are those that we do find now remains and we can match them with a missing person. And then there's some where we find a skull, find remains, and we still don't know. We got to scour the database and find out. It's like working backwards almost, sort of.
Yeah, absolutely. It is.
We got to put a person with the bones and
and another factor to consider is the person might not be in the database or from Wyoming, because a lot of people come to Wyoming to recreate. So a lot of times we find out-of-staters.
Yeah, in this story, we're talking about a rock hunter who discovered a human skull Sunday inside a cave near Needles Peak in southern Carbon County. And that'll touch off a mystery and more investigation and the kind of stuff that Jen Coker deals in with. You're going to dig into maybe this could be a story.
We'll see. Yeah.
All right. Can we see you Thursday? What do you think?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm working on. You'll be excited about it.
Ooh.
See, I like to leave you on the edge of your seat.
I'll be for 48 hours. I'll be thinking about what that means.
Well, yep.
Jen, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Have a good Tuesday.
You too.
Jen Coker, the Cowboy State Daily Show. Interesting stories from Jen, too, involving missing persons we may have found. Chance Engelbert, he's been missing for more than 6 years. 4th of July weekend, 2019, he went missing in Gary, Nebraska, the Moorcroft man. Bailey, an infant son left behind, the wife Bailey and an infant son, and now maybe we have found Chance Engelbert, but still questions remain. More than 40 years later, how did 18-year-old Naomi Kidder of Buffalo meet her end? 1982, her body was found months later after disappearing after she was hitchhiking Rawlins to Buffalo. Still trying to piece that story together. And then a human skull found in a cave around Needle Peak. Who does that belong to? Cowboy State Daily Show. Move it along. Oh, and by the way, I think I was calling Matt Wilson the CEO of Radiant. I accidentally gave him a promotion. He's the Senior Director of Operations, not the CEO. But, you know, he's high up there, high up. And I did get notification. I said, whoops, I think I gave Matt a promotion. Yeah, good discussion. Boy, we're starting to show off with a bang here. We'll be right back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after these words.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Get you into a weather forecast for today, just so you know how to dress. Casper becoming sunny today with highs in the upper 60s. Lander, slight chance of rain in the morning, otherwise a sunny afternoon, highs 61. Evanston, slight chance of rain early morning, probably before 9. Sunny and 60 after. Rock Springs, sunny, breezy, 64 the high today. Pinedale, slight chance of rain before noon. Gradually becoming sunny in the afternoon, highs 57. Afton, maybe morning rain, sunny afternoon, highs 60. Dubois, chance of snow and or rain this morning. I think it's actually kind of a light snow there now, early morning. Mostly sunny by the afternoon, 54. Jackson, rain in the front half of the day, mostly cloudy, 57 in the afternoon. Thermopolis, Sunshine will get there for you in the afternoon, 61. Mostly sunny in Cody, 54 the high. Buffalo gradually becoming sunny, 61. Foggy start to the day in Sheridan, but clearing skies at a high of 58. Gillette gradually becoming sunny today, high 62. Newcastle, you'll start the day with rain and then see sun in the afternoon, high 63. Same with Torrington, rainy start early morning and sunny in the afternoon with high 72 in Torrington, the hot spot again of the state. Patchy fog in Cheyenne early this morning and clearing skies with highs 65. Maybe some rain in the early morning for Laramie, otherwise sunny 66 in the afternoon. And a chance of rain before 10 a.m. in Rawlins, becoming sunny and 62 in the afternoon. That's the day weather forecast. Don Day doing the forecasting. Don will be here later. We'll ask him about what was on my mind weather-wise. I mean, there's a big nor'easter that's moving up the East Coast. There's flooding. There was a huge storm in Alaska, and people are missing, last I heard. Maybe I can ask Don Day why he's made a snowstorm in Alaska. I mean, it is the time of year, mid-October. It's probably not terribly unusual. I keep reading stories of Alex Earl. I know nobody knows who that is. You really got to be up on your social media. I should ask Abby, but I'll get that blank look from her. Abby is the only one I can think of who might be in tune with today's social media news because she's pretty plugged in. Yet, she has big gaps in her social knowledge of what's going on. You know, page 6 kind of news, like People Magazine. Abby's like the last person who's going to know any People Magazine stories. Alex Earl is an influencer who I interviewed once in a story for Cowboy State Daily. She's just, you know, a pretty face and a pair of boobs. That's an influencer. Although she, I will admit, was pretty human. There actually is somebody in there behind the silicone. She actually is very real in many ways. And she does a get dressed with me or get ready with me segment on, you know, makeup tips, whatever. Alex Earl. She's not quite as shallow as many of the influencers I would assume are. There is some depth to Alex Earl, some. But she's still in the kiddie pool. I mean, she's not deep waters. She did come to Wyoming. She went to the Cowboy bar, danced it up a little bit. And she's on speaking of dancing, she's on Dancing with the Stars now. I think she's a Florida girl originally. But she's on Dancing with the Stars. Alex Earl, known for her Get Ready With Me videos. And I wonder if she got bounced from Dancing with the Stars already, because they're not talking about it in this article. Alex Earl, and the reason they pop up is because my internet algorithms direct Alex Earl news to me, because I once did Alex Earl searches in preparing for my interview with her. So now the internet thinks I'm obsessed with Alex Earl. Alex Earl currently competing in the 34th season of Dancing with the Stars. So I think she's still in it. Yeah. And she's not really in the news lately for anything. It's just the internet thinks it's important. Alec Baldwin crashed his car into a tree in the Hamptons. Oh, Billy Joel says, been there, done that. Billy Joel has hit just about every tree in Long Island. That's where the Hamptons are, right? Yeah, Billy Joel's already done that. I guess Alex Baldwin was not drunk when he hit the tree, although he didn't look great. There's a photo of him, a TMZ type photo taken by somebody, and he looks pissed. Alec Baldwin was driving with his brother, Steven. Oh, talk about somebody who fell far from the tree. Stephen Baldwin. Have you seen a photo of this piece of work lately? Dang. I like Alec Baldwin. I like just about every movie he's in. He's so watchable, so fun. His brother Steven looks like a bark-eating, cousin-kissing redneck from the Ozarks. I don't know what Steven's doing. He's frightening. But Alec Baldwin, crashed his wife's car into a tree in the Hamptons. He said he was trying to avoid a dump truck as big as a whale, something like that. That was his quote. He took to Instagram to explain the accident, trying to get ahead of the narrative, which is going to be Alec Baldwin, drunk driving, hits tree. You know, it's going to be just a rewrite of any Billy Joel story and just substitute Alec Baldwin's name in there. So Alec got ahead of it, got on Insta and said, "Oh, my wife's going to be pissed. I crashed her car. I was trying to avoid a dump truck the size of a large whale," something like that. That's in the news today. Cowboy State Daily has a whole bunch of stories we got to get to. Some rancher out there working cows with his new wife. They just got married like 5 months ago. He's out there working cattle, and he's messing with this one calf who's giving him trouble, or a steer or something, and it kicks him. At least he thinks it kicks him. And he's like, ow. And then he gets up and he feels kind of faint, and this really hurts more than it should hurt. And he tells one of his other cowboy buddies, "I don't feel so good." And he's wobbling. I think he even fell down past that. They get him to the hospital, and they're doing tests, trying to figure out like what kind of cow kick could hurt a guy this bad. Chase White. He's got he says his neck hurts, and he's complaining of stuff. And they get him in the hospital, and they do a quick x-ray to see if anything's broken. And the x-ray shows a bullet in his body. And they're like, "Chase, have you ever been shot?" He's like, "No." What? That's all they can assume. They haven't taken the bullet out because his this bullet went into his neck or into his chest, out his neck. Well, it didn't go out. It's still in him. And his lung is collapsed and filled with blood. So they need to wait till things calm down before they can go get the bullet. But the bullet is intact. It's a fully intact bullet. So this is not a case of a ricochet. This is a bullet they're assuming at the hospital that came from a long way away. So, I mean, this is simple. This is somebody out hunting, probably. And they just let a shot go that they aren't sure of their background. You know, you got to know you got to know where that bullet's going. It's a hilly countryside out there, and this is the Snooks Ranch. And this is near Sundance, Crook County. And he's been hospitalized in South Dakota. That was the closest hospital. He'll make a recovery, it appears, and that's good news for the wife. They're newlyweds. They've been married, like I said, just 5 months. Chase White and his wife Hannah. They were out there working cows along with one other cowboy. They called 911 when he felt a pain. He had no idea what it was. He didn't know he was shot. The bullet nestled in White's chest cavity under his ribs. The x-ray showed it. They believe it to be an 8mm bullet, but yes, when they do extract that from him, when they can go in and get the bullet, there could be evidence on the bullet, signature telltale signs as to what firearm it came from. So we may be able to match it with a careless hunter. Stay tuned. But that story in the Cowboy State Daily, very interesting. Chase White, cowboy out working cattle, and he's shot in the neck. More coming up at the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on this Tuesday. Stay with us. Top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming's data center boom has sparked optimism about bringing jobs and money to the state's coffers, but there are concerns about rising power bills for everyday customers. Over the weekend, former state senator Anthony Bouchard channeled a lot of those fears and frustrations in one long Facebook post that attracted hundreds of comments. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports not everybody's worried.
A lot of these data centers are bringing their own power. They're going to build out natural gas, for example, for the Casper facility. And Evanston, too, I believe they're going to use a proportion that's natural gas, as well as some renewables that they're building themselves. So they're adding to the electrical generation capacity, building that infrastructure themselves.
Wyoming's growing sector of artificial intelligence and data centers have collectively announced 12.8 gigawatts worth of processing power so far. Radiant Nuclear announced Monday afternoon that it will build its first nuclear microreactor manufacturing facility in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, not Wyoming, abandoning plans for a controversial project near Bar None after months of heated debate over spent nuclear fuel storage. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the decision comes after Radiant repeatedly warned Wyoming officials that regulatory uncertainty could drive the company elsewhere.
It's really shown a division between Republican legislators in Wyoming. Senator Ed Cooper was really explicit about his criticisms toward the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, saying they're really going to have to answer for erasing many years of economic development work. The Freedom Caucus responded and said, hey, look, we're not against the industry, we're against waste.
Radiant says they will build their new factory on portions of the historic K-27 and K-29 Manhattan project sites, with construction beginning in early 2026. A Yellowstone outfitter and guide who loves exploring the most remote places in the national park says he's grateful for his horses and mules. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that outfitter Kip Sale says the animals aren't just hardy companions, they also gang up to chase away interloping grizzlies.
He had this video of some of his mules and horses chasing a grizzly bear away from camp. And he said, yeah, he just thought they're acclimated enough to the backcountry that they'll do that. Generally, as long as the bears are off on the periphery of camp and they're not causing any trouble, they leave the bears alone. This one just got too close, and so the horses and the mules ran it off. And he said it was a young bear, which makes sense. The younger, less experienced bears.
Sale tells Cowboy State Daily that he isn't afraid of bears as long as people are alert, respectful, and follow basic common sense rules, such as keeping a clean camp. There's little risk of trouble with grizzlies. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
A human skull has been found in a cave by a rock hunter near Needles Peak in southern Carbon County. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports the find has touched off a mystery and a law enforcement investigation.
Deputies responded, and people from the coroner's office responded, and they confirmed it was, in fact, a skull. And according to the sheriff of Carbon County, it could be 50 years old or older based on just how it appeared. And there's no word whether it's an actual missing person from Carbon County or where it might be. And they're getting anthropologists to help the coroners to try to identify the skull if they can.
The Carbon County Sheriff's Office reports that no other remains or items related to the skull were found in the cave or the surrounding area. And 4 moose have been struck and killed within the past couple of weeks in Grand Teton National Park, including a famous bull called Elk Antler. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports authorities say the rash of killings comes down to one thing.
I talked to some tour guides and photographers, and they all said that the problem's basically the same, that people are just lead-footing it through the parks, Grand Teton, Yellowstone, driving way faster than they need to be. Those are also vulnerable times for animals. Like in the spring, a lot of times they'll be migrating and crossing highways, and then in the fall, you have the mating seasons are on, what they call the rut.
Grand Teton and Yellowstone continue to draw record crowds of visitors each and every year. There's also a big trend toward more people showing up during the previously quiet shoulder season in the spring and fall. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16. Divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along here. We're live on Facebook. Maybe you're with us right now. Maybe you're enjoying the product on X Live. Maybe YouTube. That's cool. Cowboy State Daily homepage, website, cowboystatedaily.com. Another place you can enjoy this show. We're heard across the state, both live and syndicated later on radio stations everywhere. And then just, if you want to do it on your time, and that's the kind of world we live in, right? On demand, I'll watch it, I'll listen to it when I want to. You can find us wherever you download your favorite podcasts. Jackson Walker, Cowboy State Daily journalist, it looks like his new beat is animal shelters. His original story about Green River saying they were going to do away with their gas chamber for domestic animals, for pets. That was followed up a day later with Evanston announcing they were going to follow suit, do the same. Presumably, those were the last 2 animal shelters in the country that continue to use a gas chamber. Although, that's unverified. Now we learn about the Cheyenne Animal Shelter saying they're scrambling to accommodate more than 100 pets from a hoarding case. Whenever I see these, I can't help but feel for the animals. I don't understand what goes on in the mind of a hoarder. I don't want to be real throw a lot of shade at Michael O'Hearn. I think animal hoarders, I think their heart is in the right place originally. And then they just keep on keeping on. And they become a ship that can't turn around, or they go around some kind of bend. I don't know what happens. I mean, to collect animals, unless you're doing so to do torturous experiments on them, which this is not the case here, I don't think. You're I think originally you go from, most of us normal people have one dog, a dog and a cat, 3 cats, whatever. And there's a certain limit where it starts to be not normal. In fact, that's a good question to pose to people. Pop in if you're watching us on the Facebook. How many pets is too many? Now, if you live on a big old farm with acreage and you're counting like the goats as a pet, that doesn't count. Let's confine it to dogs and cats, not rabbits, not turtles, which were also found in O'Hearn's home, by the way. 22, over 100 animals. How many pets does it start to get weird? Like, okay, cat lady, 5. I know people who have 5 cats. I wouldn't say they were cat lady weird. How many dogs, how many cats, how many total pets before you start saying, you're approaching hoarding? 307-999-TALK. I'd be interested to know what you think. 307-999-8255 should be a text. How many pets is too many? And no fair answering, well, however many you can care for. Dr. Doolittle. I mean, like normal. You got a regular house with an acre of land or 5 acres. Not a farmland. If you're an apartment, you're already limited to like 1, maybe 2 tops. But yeah, for like your typical household, your typical American family, mom, dad, 2.5 kids statistically, and how many pets? 1, 2, 3. Where does it start getting like hoardy? 11? I don't know. 307-999-TALK. I'm going to give me some feedback. And Laramie County Sheriff's Office saying 100 animals is too many. In this case, Michael O'Hearn, Sheriff's Office, recommending 22 counts of felony aggravated cruelty to animals. That's because they found 22 dead animals. Many of the living were injured, sick, severely neglected, skinny, etc. The Cheyenne Animal Shelter received the surviving pets last Friday, and as you can imagine, have been slammed. From dogs to birds to turtles to bunnies, they got everything out of this guy's home. And the director of development and outreach, Nikki Harrison, said 102 animals were kept in hazardous conditions, many underweight from not being fed properly. I can't imagine they were. Dogs, cats, rabbits, chickens, tortoises, small birds, and a goat. Those were all removed from the property of Michael O'Hearn, who I'm assuming lives kind of out in the sticks a little. There's no way he's right in the city. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm looking at some of the animals, some of these. He's got some big dog. He obviously had to feed them. How do you feed 100 animals a day? I mean, you don't have the money. You don't have the money or the time. These shelter workers, this is an animal shelter that's dealing with 102 animals now. They're reaching their capacity, which is 300. And they're also trying to deal with caring for these animals that need special attention. Harrison said it's a tremendous impact on our staff. Every single one of these pets needs additional time, additional veterinary care. It maybe takes triple the time it would take to clean their kennel space or just to get them used to walking on a leash. So if these dogs, for instance, need exercise, they've never been walked on a leash. They've just been kept in confinement in some hoarder's house. Oh. And Harrison said, our staff, it feels like it triples our workload every day. Everybody's feeling it this Monday morning. So I feel for the shelter. If you want to help and get involved, I'm sure there's going to come a point here where these animals are going to be ready for adopting out, and you can help out. Cheyenne Animal Control confirmed to Cowboy State Daily it had rescued over 100 animals, 102 in total to the shelter, and it has pushed them to the limit. If you want to help immediately and adoption's not your thing, they could take donations. You know what they need the most when it comes to animals? It's so weird. If I told you this story, if I just gave you the headline and said Cheyenne Animal Shelter scrambling after saving more than 100 pets from a hoarder. Most needed is whipped cream and hot dogs. I'm not kidding. That's what they said. The Cheyenne Animal Shelter said, with dogs that are a little nervous about people, that aren't used to people, that aren't sure about people, one way to get their trust and get them to eat regularly is treats. Everybody knows that. What dog can resist a treat? The stomach betrays your fear, right? And the best treats that dogs cannot say no to are hot dogs. Every dog trainer uses little bits of hot dog as a food reward. And whipped cream. Dogs love whipped cream. Want to find out? Just leave an open tub of whipped cream on the counter and see how well behaved Fido is. He'll be slurping up that whipped cream. Yeah, the animal shelter, they could use donations right now. Hot dogs and whipped cream and I don't know what else. Get a hold of them if you're in the area. But high-value treats, canned cheese, Cheese Whiz, that stuff is amazing, Harrison said. But items in low supply are hot dogs and whipped cream. Interesting. Favorite of reluctant shelter dogs. Well, I hope all these dogs make an immediate recovery. Here's a little bit. There's probably going to be a lot of barking in this. I can't tolerate barking dogs. They're not barking. Yeah, I'm sharing a little bit of, some of these poor dogs rescued out of the home of the hoarder. They include St. Bernards, Great Pyrenees, Catahoula, popular dog in the Louisiana area, Bull Mastiffs. This guy must have liked a lot of bigger dogs. Cheyenne Animal Shelter Director Brittany Tennant said, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. These animals have a rough road ahead. The dogs are under-socialized and unaccustomed to living in normal situations. They were recovered in a filthy house. They are unwilling and are unable to walk on leashes. Yeah, these dogs are going to need a lot of work to get them adoptable. Jackson Walker has a story because he's become the animal shelter specialist, apparently, for Cowboy State Daily. And there's turtles, dogs, bunny rabbit. Yeah, it's just, I don't understand I don't understand my fellow man. I mean, just go to a Walmart at 2 a.m. I don't understand the people I supposedly share the same DNA strands with, but I really don't understand the minds of hoarders. What happens? Do you start out just saying, oh, that poor dog, I'll rescue him off the streets? And at what point are you unable to care for the ones you got and you're going to a shelter to adopt your 100th dog? How does someone even get all these animals? I mean, from what I've seen, to adopt an animal, you got to like fill out paperwork. They have to be fairly sure you're ready for the animal that's going to a good home. They aren't just handing them out for the most part. Maybe some places they're less restrictive, but Michael O'Hearn, somehow, this guy, he's not personified evil, in my opinion. I think he started out with good intent. He started out with a love for animals, and then he just, dude, you've gone too far. You can't feed them and care for them. You got too many animals. All right, Don Day's here. Let's move to another subject and get our weather forecaster going. Get into the Zoom room. It's the day weather forecast. And I think, Don, here, I want to start in Alaska because that's where our weather comes from sometimes. Alaska's got a bad storm going, a typhoon. What's happening in Alaska?
Well, you know how we just got done talking yesterday about the remains of Hurricane Priscilla bringing heavy rain into parts of the southwestern United States? That happens in Alaska with typhoons that develop in the Western Pacific. Those remains get drawn up into the jet stream, and if conditions are right, that energy and moisture can be directed all the way up north, all the way into Alaska, producing very, very heavy rainfall and flooding. And that's exactly what's happened. So it's not that a typhoon hit Alaska, but the energy and moisture from the remnants came in. Same thing happened with Priscilla when we saw the very heavy rains this past weekend in parts of the central and southern Rockies and the desert states.
Yeah, big flooding. One killed, dozens rescued, two still missing in Alaska, where weather has turned vicious. Killer weather in Alaska, as you would say. For Wyoming, is that going to affect us eventually? I saw.
Yeah. I mean, that all gets into the flow, and we have a very active jet stream right now. We've got a pretty good shot of weather coming into the state, especially late tomorrow into the day Thursday. Then we've got another wave that's coming our way early next week. So yeah, we're getting part of that. It's kind of a stretch to say that what's left of that typhoon will come through here, but it's certainly energizing the jet stream and making it very busy across the North American continent right now.
When you say we have an active jet stream, don't we always have a jet stream? We're just not necessarily under the strong winds, or are the winds stronger? What does it mean, active jet stream?
When I say active, it means it's more wavy. It's less in a straight line, and there's a lot of waves in it, and that's why you start to see a pattern here. We've got something coming through about every 3 days.
Yeah,
these little waves are coming along. And the jet stream naturally gets stronger this time of year because the contrast in temperature between the higher latitudes and the lower latitudes gets more intense. The difference in temperature from the North Pole to the equator gets stronger and stronger, and the atmosphere responds to that. It makes the jet stream stronger. If the jet stream gets stronger, more waves form. More waves that form, the more weather we get.
Yeah. And we also see bigger temperature jumps just where you happen to be. Your overnight low could be in the 20s. Your high could be in the, almost 60s. So that's a huge difference. All right. So a lot of us in Wyoming going to start out maybe foggy, maybe a little drizzly. And by the afternoon, pretty good.
Yeah, well, it's unsettled is the word I like to use in these situations. A lot of the state today and tomorrow will be a bit more mild. But the weather flow, the air that's flowing into the state is what I'd call, if you looked at it as satellite imagery, it looks a little dirty. There's little pieces of energy and moisture coming through. Some parts of the state actually had a little bit of shower activity this morning, and we'll see a few showers here and there. But this is one of those situations, Jake, where it depends on where you are, because where you're at, Western Wyoming is going to be raining and snowing for a good part of tomorrow, while parts of eastern Wyoming will be in the 60s, flirting with 70 degrees and have some pretty good weather. But that weather in western Wyoming tomorrow will move across the rest of the state tomorrow night and Thursday, and that's going to dip temperatures. We will see some pretty significant snows in Wyoming's western mountains. So there's more snow coming to the Beartooth, to the Yellowstone area, to Jackson. I think snow levels are going to get pretty low in the valleys. of western Wyoming with this next system. And early next week, we got another one.
So you did explain why this time of year things are wavy. The jet stream's wavy, things come in pulses, and you just don't seem in fall to set up in under one of those 1 week high pressure systems that's bulletproof. It hardly ever happens in October, right?
Well, sometimes that's where we get the term Indian summer, where you get that period of warmer, drier weather. That could still happen, but at least here for another week to 10 days, we've got these waves coming through. If we're going to get a break, it would be after next week's front, or I think we've got 2 fronts next week. After the second front, we may hit a little bit of a gap of fair weather before Halloween. I think it really does look like right around Halloween is probably the next bigger system.
Yeah, so just unsettled. And Halloween, no matter what it's been doing up until Halloween, we know what Halloween is. Just cold, nasty.
It can be. I mean, I've sat out on my porch trick or treating and handing out candy when it was beautiful, and other times when I was shoveling.
Yeah. It is the defining date, man. You turn that corner in November and you're like, okay, I can't expect anything good. That is truly bonus weather if I see any good stuff in November. All right. Thanks, Don.
Have a good morning.
You too. Day weather forecast. Unsettled, name of the game. We're under an active jet stream bringing like waves of typhoon. How long? Typhoon or remnants of a typhoon or typhoon-like weather causing problems in Alaska, western Alaska, flooding. CNN reported 1 killed, dozens rescued, 2 still missing. With weather up there in Alaska. Already had weather down in the Southwest. Meanwhile, on the East Coast, they got a nor'easter, remnants of hurricanes rolling up the East Coast. Weather happening everywhere. Good thing we got a guy like Don Day to tell us what's coming to Wyoming. Day weather forecast. Let's take a break. Coming right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Tuesday. Barbara says blessings from Amarillo. Barbara, great to have you listening in today, watching in today on the Facebooks, and a salute to Amarillo. I got my Texas hat on. Texas country, Co Wetzel. Co is from, I think Co's an East Texas guy. Where is Co Wetzel from? Pittsburgh, Texas. Where the heck is that? Went to Tarleton State. Tarleton, like the rodeo capital of the world. Where is Pittsburgh, Texas? It's got to be East Texas. I don't know East Texas that good. I'm not a big fan of East Texas. Yeah, it is east of Fort Worth, Dallas. Okay. Yeah, I love Texas. Amarillo, you betcha. Up in the pan. Love the panhandle. That Amarillo down to Lubbock is great. And that drive, all that cowboy country from Amarillo to pretty much Wichita Falls. That's all good cowboy country. Amarillo to Wichita Falls. That's all good. Childress, you got Childress, Texas in there. Great town. Vernon, I've been there. Isn't Denton in there too? Denton, Texas? Or is that more towards Dallas? I can't remember. It's been a while since I've been there, but that's some good country. Amarillo, that whole drive on 287 to Wichita Falls. Good stuff. That's cowboy. Thanks for dropping in, Barbara. We're having great weather here today, Barbara says. Oh, that's good. It's raining here. Yeah, that's another thing. That weather in the Panhandle, that weather in Amarillo is Texas is a huge state. It can be you can be out there haying and sweating your fanny off down in San Antonio or something. That's where you're selling all your steers. You go down to San Antonio, the stockyards, and it could be 85 or, with that humidity, it could be like 90, sweating weather. Meanwhile, up there in the Panhandle, it's snowing. It's crazy difference, the weather in Texas. Oh. But good weather today, says Barbara. Lori joins us from Queen Creek, Arizona. Get out. No such place. Queen Creek. That sounds like somewhere I need to be. I want to be in Arizona in about 2 months from now. Anywhere in Arizona. Queen Creek is, just outside of Phoenix. Too close to Phoenix for my taste. Phoenix is got a lot of traffic. But okay, enough outside that Lori doesn't have to deal with downtown Phoenix if she didn't want to. Where was I going before I made a trip around the country? Oh yeah, I wanted to go back and talk about nuclear. I hope I'm saying it right. Sometimes I do say nuclear, like President Bush. Didn't he used to say it wrong all the time? I'm pretty sure it was the first Bush. He used to say nuclear all the time. And that's where I get it from. I can't stop saying it like that. Let me make sure I'm not avoiding any guests coming in. Jackie will be here in a little bit, but not yet. Let me go to this nuclear company. Radiant Nuclear. If you haven't been following the episode, Radiant is California-based, and they're not the only ones. There seems to be 3, 4, 5 different California-based nuclear companies. A lot of them. It is like the thing right now to be looking into nuclear energy again. For a long time, the U.S. taste for nuke was not good. We had a meltdown, the 3 Mile Island. We've had issues with nuclear. and then, of course, around the world, you got Chernobyl, you got Japan had one blow up and leak into the ocean. So people are like, I don't know about nuclear. I'm scared of it. It makes people glow in the dark. You can't see it, touch it, taste it, but it can mess you up, and it lasts a long time. The spent fuel rods, the spent nuclear fuel. So there's a lot of things that make Americans, rightfully so, nervous about that kind of energy. And in Wyoming, especially where we got plenty of coal, plenty of gas, plenty of oil. Just the Democrats hate all the above. Until now they don't have a say. But Wyoming's already sitting on a whole mess of energy. So when Wyoming hears that Radiant Nuclear wants to come to Bar None and bring a boost to the economy, bring jobs, bring this nuclear, there was trepidation over the storage of the spent nuclear, period. I think there was very few people that voiced concerns over having an actual nuclear plant there. I mean, Terra Power is coming in Kemmer. That's going to be that's going to be a traditional nuclear plant where it's going to do a lot of fission, whatever that is. However they do nukes, you know. And this state has lots of uranium. So we already have the nuclear fuel. So we shouldn't be a state that's anti-nuke. We shouldn't be afraid of it. But I like the fact that we ask questions, that we're still a little nervous, that we still say, hey, Wyoming's not the dumping ground for your spent nukes. We're a little nervous about that aspect of it. Because that lasts forever, basically. Lasts into our children's lifetime. It's still there in the ground. Dangerous. So that's, I think, where the majority of the concern was in Bar None. And it wasn't just the Bar None people that get to make the call there. It was Wyoming state statute, which says if you make nuke, you got to keep nuke. Like, that's how the state law reads now, state statute. So if Radiant wanted to come into Bar None and ship out these modular nuclear things to the military, to whatever, they're probably the size of a railroad car, you know, and technology, they'll get them smaller and smaller. They'll be like the size of a couple of bully barns in your backyard. That'll be a nuclear facility. That'll be like the most robust diesel generator you've ever seen. And that'll power not a small town, but that'll power a college, a hospital or two, or a military base. And there's certainly a future here. And that looks like where the country is headed. And there's certainly a lot of eagerness in the business side from California. There is one of these companies pop up every week that proposes to do some kind of modular nuclear, smaller, more nimble nuclear. Radiant's just one of them. And a big thanks again to Matt Wilson for popping on this morning with us. As the breaking news today is, Radiant says we can't wait long enough for you to get okay with nuclear, Wyoming. We got to go. We got to move. We got contracts we got to fulfill with the Air Force. We have demand for this product. And if we can't be certain that you want us here, then we're gone. And they went to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where Oak Ridge has legacy, history in nuclear. Not exactly open arms welcoming in the beginning. And if you go back and read the history of Oak Ridge, which is sometimes referred to as the Atomic City, you'll see how nuclear came to be in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And it was basically secretive. It was the United States government buying 60,000 acres of land and then declaring, actually, they didn't even declare. They didn't tell anybody. It was very secretive. This is during the atomic age when we were in a race to build more nukes than they had, to build more atomic bombs than the other guy. That's how it all got started. By 1943... the governor of Tennessee, expressed his trepidation over nuclear. He didn't like the whole thing that was going on in Oak Ridge, but apparently that was smoothed over. But yeah, Oak Ridge, Tennessee has interesting history with nuclear power and the atomic age, and going back to the whole Manhattan Project. If you read about that, Oak Ridge, established in 1942 as a production site for the Manhattan Project, a massive American, British, Canadian operation that developed the atomic bomb. Period. That's all Oak Ridge. And now today, there's a big resurgence. There's a lot of companies, private companies, that are moving back into Oak Ridge because kind of the facilities exist. I mean, a lot of it's been decommissioned, but basically there's infrastructure there to do similar. And there's a mindset of the Tennessee people there that they're okay with nuclear. They've been doing atomic energy since the 40s. They're more welcoming. In the words of Matt Wilson and others at Radiant, they're more accepting of nuclear power, and in they go. I'm reading the newspaper down there, the tiny little Oak Ridger, and yeah, all they talk about is Tennessee headed for recession. Why the state is said to be treading water. So they're nervous about the economy in Tennessee. They're nervous about jobs in the Oak Ridge area in Tennessee. So that's very important to them. And they also have this legacy of nuclear from dating back to the 1940s. So, yeah, it's easy to see why Radiant said, sorry, Wyoming, we can't wait for the green light. We're going to go to Tennessee. And I do agree that Matt Wilson, he wrote a letter to the editor, read it, in the Cowboy State Daily, why we chose Tennessee over Wyoming for our nuclear generators. Matt just laid it right out. And you don't often see that from the top brass of businesses. What other business do you know where some high-ranking guy, decisions are made with this kind of transparency? Radiant said, here's what we do. Here's our manufacturing plan. Here's what we want to do, bar none, Wyoming. And here's what nuclear looks like. Like, they just laid bare the whole business plan. When we balked they left, went to Tennessee, but not without leaving a goodbye note. I mean, who does that? They left a nice goodbye note. Sorry it didn't work out. Maybe down the road we can come up with something. And Matt even said, man, we love Wyoming. I moved my wife and kids here. They have 3 young kids. And we were so excited to live in the Casper area and be Wyomingites, but it just didn't work out. Really heartfelt letter to the editor. Check it out in the Cowboy State Dailies. Anyway, enough on that. Let's get Jackie Dorothy in here. We're going to talk to her next on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Once again, breaking news today, big news today, that Radiant has decided to move their modular nuclear facilities, their whole operation, to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, rather than bar none, citing fear and trepidation and just an unclear path forward in Wyoming.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Jackie Dorothy's here. I so wish I could play some Wetzel music, but I can't. We'll get dinged by the copyright robots. But I'm thinking
they do that to us. I went to a whole seminar on that one time.
Oh,
yes. It was by the guy that actually walks around Wyoming and walks into businesses to see if they are adhering to the rules.
Oh, please. I'm doing more to promote Wetzel's music to people who don't even know his name than...
Well, I will say this. he was treated worse than a tax collector. People hated him.
Right.
And he's doing this presentation like, why don't you like me? And it's like, because you're the music Nazi.
You're the revenue man. Revenuers. Yeah, that I can imagine it was not a good welcome there. This is a guy who went really to bar and grills and saloons seeing if if their jukebox was registered to play that music. I know. When I go DJ, I'm supposedly supposed to have some kind of ASCAP BMI license to play music in a club. It's not the club's requirement to have one. It's my, like, no. Yeah, I'm not going to have that.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he was with. He was with ASCAP, and he was telling us all the rules. And there was this lady that stood up. She goes, you walked into my business and waited until I had 6 customers, and then you deemed me. He goes, yeah, I did.
Well, that's why they keep a sawed-off shotgun behind the bar, just in case the ASCAP man comes around calling with hat in hand. Yeah, I'm promoting Cole Wetzel's career, but hey, congrats to the Thermopolis Boilers or the Steamers, or what's the name of your team?
That would be a great one. We're the Bobcats. I love that, the Boilers.
Well, you're in Hot Springs. You're sitting on a whole mess of hot water. You should be the Boilers. Yes. You guys beat Lyman. It was a good close game.
It was. That second half, they came out fighting.
Woo!
We thought we had an easy game at the beginning, but made them mad. And I think this was their second homecoming they were invited to, so they were especially upset.
Oh, yeah. Lyman's like, everywhere we go, they're having homecoming. They wanted to play the spoiler, but Thermop would have none of it. The Boilers get the best of the Eagles.
The Boilers.
In a close one. Bobcats. I want to talk about Truman Everts. I read some of the book. There's a whole book about this guy, 1870.
Is there really?
Yes.
That's why I did have someone say, I love the book. And I was like, I didn't write a book. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, Truman Everts, he should not have made it out of Yellowstone. He was with the Hayden expedition or one of those expeditions. He became separated. His horse threw him. He had Coke bottle glasses. He couldn't see a thing without them glasses, and he lost those. And he basically crawled out of Yellowstone hundreds and hundreds of miles to save himself, eating bugs and whatever. And I didn't know this aspect of the story, though.
It was this part that caught my attention because I was looking for ghost stories, and it was like the ghostly companions, and he insisted I was not insane. They were really there. And it actually makes sense because he argued with them. This ghostly cleric is looking at him and said, don't climb the Madison Mountain. And he's like, yes, it's only 70 miles this way. If I could just get over the rocks and the sheer cliff. And the ghost is telling him that he's being a fool, that it's foolhardy and don't do it. Basically, don't be an idiot.
Yeah.
Take my advice. And the only reason he listened is he thought, well, I'll have somebody to talk to. But then the ghost wouldn't chat with him. And he was so disappointed. The only topic he wanted to talk about was keep going, keep going.
Oh, this poor ghost. He's like his guardian angel trying to get him out of this jam. And Truman just wants to have a convo. He just wants a friend. But man, he did, like when he got out of this, supposedly he had lost so much weight. They didn't even recognize. They're like, what? He was rail thin.
90 pounds is what it said.
Incredible story. Yeah. Truman Everts lost in Yellowstone for how long?
Opera glasses.
What's that?
It was the opera glasses that saved him. That's another part.
Oh, wait. I don't know that. Tell me about that.
So when his horse bolted, he was out walking and he had let his horse walk behind him. And then all of a sudden his horse took off.
Yeah.
And it took all his supplies except for 2 knives and opera glasses. Then in the story I read, he doesn't say how, but he lost his knives, but he didn't lose the opera glasses. And he is sitting there one day, hungry in the spring, and he sees that, wait a second, the sun, I have these glasses. And he makes fire with the glasses. And it's great.
Yeah, we've all done that. Burned a few bugs and made fires with our magnifying glasses or our opera glasses. Oh my goodness. Truman Everett, it's truly an incredible story. 1870, he spent more than a month lost, 37 days lost in Yellowstone, and crawled his way out of there somehow. And
somehow he claims it was the ghostly companions that guided him out.
Yeah, go this way. Don't go that way. Incredible.
And then when he was ready to give up, they're saying, keep on, keep on.
Yeah, so they provide wayfinding and encouragement to Truman Everett.
That's the kind of ghost we all need.
Interesting.
Or guardian angel, as you said.
Yeah, but they had a one-track mind. They weren't the kind of ghosts that were just shoot the bull, at the campfire one night. They just, that's all they...
Talk about the opera. What do you mean you don't want to talk with me?
Truman, you've got to keep moving. You'll never get out of there. Yeah. Incredible story. Check that out. Jackie Dorothy's story of ghostly guides saved Truman Everett from that yellow. He could have been a Yellowstone victim. Another chapter in the book. I want to talk about your teen you got there, Skylar Lippincott. I am fascinated with I'm not in the world of ballerina. I don't get it. I don't know anything about it. I don't know how they walk on their toes. Please ask Skylar, how do you walk on your toes? It's difficult, but I am fascinated by the demand of the sport, of the art of ballerina, because I did watch figure skaters, and particularly women figure skaters. And if you watch them train close up, you get a real idea for the physicality in skating. If you watch it on TV, you say, isn't that beautiful and artful? And the skaters doing all this dancing moves. If you watch them practice right down there on the ice and you hear the skates hit the ice and you see what the grunts and it is hard work, man. And that's what I think Skylar says. Ballerina is fighting through pain. It's hard work doing what you do. It looks from the viewer to be just beautiful. Oh, she's having an elegant time floating, but it's hard.
Exactly. You're not given wings. You have to do it all by yourself. It was fascinating talking to her and realizing just how hard being a ballerina is. That's why I was glad to do this story because, we do focus a lot on our rodeo kids and the sports that you expect to find in Wyoming. So being a ballerina actually has that difficult aspect to be able to continue to move in the sport. And that's what she called it. I mean, when she has to hit the gym and work on certain muscles and be aware of everything when she's dancing, it's not what's going through their head isn't, oh, listen to the beautiful music, I'm floating around. It's 1, 2, 3. Okay, move this, hold this in, do this. In counting and making sure you're right there. It's impressive that she plans to do this for a living and that she was able to pick it up after quitting for so long.
Yeah, the 17-year-old from Thermopolis, Skylar Lippincott, her quote says it all when she attended a Chicago school over the summer and got a taste of what the demands are if you want to take it to the next level, to professional. She said, it was hell. And I loved it. It's a lot of work. Is
so
that
true?
So what's the game plan? What's she doing? She really wants to try to get into turn this pro?
She's actually going into an audition within a few days and a good audition for another summer class in another school. So she's a senior and her plan is, I believe in January, head over to Chicago, finish at her high school out there and be intensely dancing and then find a college to go to. So she's quite serious and she's got a talent for it. I mean, I think by the time she was 10, she was doing what you were talking about, being on her toes. And then usually she was talking about ankle strength and all this stuff in order to get on your toes. So there is a lot to it.
Yeah. And I'd like to think you can tell a ballerina even just, walking down the street. They just have the way they move. They move like a cat, man. They're in tune with their body, everything, the leg, the arm. just everything is grace. Every movement they make is prettier than you and I.
It really is. And so for little old Thermopolis to have a ballerina of that caliber, I'm excited to watch her career.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe in a few years we'll be here talking about her starring roles and what she's up to.
Yeah, it's just such a foreign world to me. You're right, though. It's similar to female athletes in rodeo, volleyball, track and field. We don't get too many ballerina stars. So Skylar Lippincott of Thermopolis, 17-year-old, we're rooting for you. Make it big in Chi-Town or wherever you're going, New York.
And go Boilers.
Go boy. Tell them over there at the football day, they got to change the helmet, everything, man. Boilers. Yeah, Thermopolis wins homecoming over Lyman in a big game. So, yeah, spirits high in Thermop. Thanks, Jackie.
All right, thank you. I guess we're going to be in your part of the state this Friday, so we'll see how it goes.
Ooh.
Mountain View.
Oh, yeah, Mountain View which is basically Lyman South. So, okay.
I was wondering how that works.
They're right next to each other. They're almost the same town, but that'll be a fun one.
All right.
Thanks, Jackie. Have a great Tuesday.
You too. Thank
Cowboy
you.
State Daily Show. We got to do top of the hour news now. See you right on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Radiant Nuclear announced Monday afternoon that it will build its first nuclear microreactor manufacturing facility in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and not Wyoming, abandoning plans for a controversial project near Bar None after months of heated debate over spent nuclear fuel storage. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the decision comes after Radiant repeatedly warned Wyoming officials that regulatory uncertainty could drive the company elsewhere.
It's really shown a division between Republican legislators in Wyoming. Senator Ed Cooper was really explicit about his criticisms toward the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, saying they're really going to have to answer for erasing many years of economic development work. The Freedom Caucus responded and said, hey, look, we're not against the industry, we're against waste.
Radiant says they will build their new factory on portions of the historic K27 and K29 Manhattan project sites, with construction beginning in early 2026. A Crook County man was shot in the neck while working cattle near Sundance. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Chase White was working on the Snooks Ranch, separating calves from their mothers alongside two other cowboys on the morning of October 4th when he felt a sharp pain.
He felt something and it made him faint, and he sat down and then he passed out, and he called the two other cowboys that were with him, and they called 911. It wasn't until the doctors, the personnel at the hospital in Sundance did an x-ray that they were like, have you ever been shot before? Because there was a bullet lodged in his chest. It had gone down through his neck, through both lungs, and came to rest near a rib.
Authorities have no idea where the bullet came from as the investigation continues. Chase was hospitalized for a full week in South Dakota, and even though doctors aren't going to remove the bullet, he's expected to make a full recovery. The Laramie County Sheriff's Office on Monday announced it has arrested a man on claims he hoarded more than 100 animals kept in despicable conditions. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports all the animals have been taken to the Cheyenne Animal Shelter.
Now, over 102 animals entered the animal shelter last Friday from this scenario, and this is really stretching the workforce at the animal shelter thin. I spoke to one worker today who said that they were at the shelter past midnight on that Friday night when all of these animals arrived. So the shelter workers are putting in a lot of hard work trying to keep all of these animals safe and happy and cared for.
Authorities say they executed a search warrant at a home in Laramie County and discovered over 100 animals being kept there, including 22 dead animals. The sheriff's office is recommending multiple counts of felony aggravated cruelty to animals against Michael O'Hearn. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Wyoming's data center boom has sparked optimism about bringing jobs and money to the state's coffers, but there are concerns about rising power bills for everyday customers. Over the weekend, former state senator Anthony Bouchard channeled a lot of those fears and frustrations in one long Facebook post that attracted hundreds of comments. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports not everybody's worried.
A lot of these data centers are bringing their own power. They're going to build out natural gas, for example, for the Casper facility. And Evanston, too, I believe they're going to use a proportion that's natural gas, as well as some renewables that they're building themselves. So they're adding to the electrical generation capacity, building that infrastructure themselves.
Wyoming's growing sector of artificial intelligence and data centers have collectively announced 12.8 gigawatts worth of processing power so far. 4 moose have been struck and killed within the past couple of weeks in Grand Teton National Park, including a famous bull named Elk Antler. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports authorities say the rash of killings comes down to just one thing.
People are just lead-footing it through the parks, Grand Teton, Yellowstone, driving way faster than they need to be. Like in the spring, a lot of times they'll be migrating and crossing highways, and then in the fall, you have the mating seasons are on, what they call the rut.
Grand Teton and Yellowstone continue to draw record crowds of visitors each and every year. There's also been a trend toward more people showing up during the previously quiet shoulder seasons in the spring and fall. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalization.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not going to listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Yeah, let's get back to it. It's Tuesday in the Cowboy State. You don't know what that means. I hope you know, because I don't know what it means. It's just Tuesday. It's just a Tuesday. It means Mark Hines is with us. That's what it means. Mark, get in the room. What's going on with you?
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Good.
Good?
I have not run over a moose this week. I might be the only person in Teton County that hasn't.
Well, let's be, correct in our terms. I don't think anybody runs over a moose.
Well, true. Yes.
Unless you're in something like an M1 Abrams, you're not going to run over a moose.
Right.
You're going to hit a moose, and
you and your vehicle.
Probably the next thing you're going to hit is your insurance company.
You're going to take the brunt of that.
Yeah.
True enough. I want to share. How can I do this? Your story about moose being hit in Teton County, in Grand Teton National Park, in my neck of the woods. It happens a lot. It happens way too much. Mm-hmm. How many over the past couple of weeks?
Well, 4, and of course elk antler was the most prominent one, and it's far from just the moose. The one guy I spoke with, he was one of the first there when 610 was hit a couple of years ago.
Ooh,
Grizzly 610, and so he's a Jackson local, and him along with a few other folks have been, they've been beating the drum on this for years, that people just they think it's the Road Warrior or Fast and Furious or pick your Hollywood analogy that everybody just wants to go screaming through there. And in I talked to a guy in Yellowstone who says it's just as bad. And of course, I've driven Yellowstone oodles of times. That's how I used to get between. For years there, I traveled a lot between Powell and southern Idaho. And that's the best way to go is through Yellowstone. And I understand it. I mean, the roads are narrow. It's frustrating every time there's a critter, there's a jam, but it's just, they're just saying that more and more people are they just want to put the foot down and scream through. And these parks are just not designed for that.
Yeah. So. It's driving habits, which are not good, and they're not getting better. And there's more and more volume of traffic. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, in the shoulder season, everybody I spoke with pointed that out. Is that both the spring and fall are far busier than they used to be. I mean, those used to be the secret times to go to Yellowstone or Grand Teton when the crowds were thinner. But what folks are telling me that's no longer really the case. It's been discovered, and of course, spring and fall are high activity times for wildlife. So it's just like the perfect storm. More people. Out of those people, probably the vast majority want to do the right thing, but then you get the yahoos who again want to be Mad Max, and then you have more animals moving around more, being on the road more, and then you get the predictable results. So
yeah, that's a good point to make, Mark. Is the seasons. In the dead of summer, it's so hot. The moose aren't there usually on the road. They're on water, they're up high. And in the spring, in the dead of winter, obviously, I know where the moose are here in the dead of winter. They're all gathered in one place, and they're not typically out in the way. Spring and fall, they're on the move. You're right. And that's when we're going to encounter them. It's not only the speeding yahoos. I did want to share this photo that I'll share now. Guess who else hit a moose on Teton Village Road right here? The bus. The Start bus hit a moose on Teton Village Road. And the Start bus is often the transit bus has been named as the solution for, too much traffic. Let's put a bus on this. Even the bus are hitting the moose. That's a tough road. That the moose are hit on here because it's just not well lit. It's heavily traveled, and there's like trees, and the forest comes right up to the road edge. So any animal can walk out, and you will not see a moose. It's so hard.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about. I love this dude who he was not born. He was born and raised in Michigan, but Kip Sale. Is that how you say his name, Kip Sale?
I believe so. Yes.
This guy gets it. He is one of us. He loves being in the backcountry in the most remote reaches of Yellowstone National Park. He loves getting out there outfitting with his horses and mules, and especially mules. I know mules are nasty. They will chase a bear. Holy cow!
Oh, yeah. They're great. I think a lot of folks actually use burros and/or mules as livestock guardian animals because they're so, fearsome against predators. So,
they are.
They're not something you want to irritate. That's for sure. No, he was a great guy to talk to, and I agree. I mean, I think he's one of these people that came out here and noticed what he calls the lifestyle, and I agree. I mean, Wyoming, Montana, still to a great degree, are places you have to want to live.
Yeah.
There's not. It's like, there's nobody out here, and the weather sucks, and
right. No, you're not.
Why would you want to live here? And my answer to people that say things like that is, well, that's the point.
Yeah.
That's why I want to live out here. Because there's no people and the weather sucks.
So
you get that. Why do you think I'm here?
You, me, and Kip, our pros and cons for living here are totally switched with someone else's pros and cons. Our pros are their cons, and no, that Kip gets it.
Yeah.
Kip gets it. He embraces it, and we embrace him. I can tell just reading the story that he understands. It comes with the video, just so you can see. We're not kidding, man. This grizzly is coming a little too close to camp.
Yeah.
And Kip's okay with them, coexisting with him. He's like, as long as you're over there. But if they come in with a curious look too close, the mules will take care of biz. And mules are they're different. How about this guy we just talked about? You just talked about this interesting ram herd outside of Lovell that's got this mutation running through it. This Sheridan guy's been waiting forever to draw his bighorn sheep tag. More than 4 decades. He finally draws it, and he does get a chance in one of these unique looking rams.
Yeah, no, it's a cool story, and it didn't. Just in terms of pure size, it probably isn't gonna make the Boone and Crockett books, but it's like he told me, it's just the uniqueness makes up for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a lot. Some folks. I think we've done a story or two on people that drew sheep tags on their first try. I think last year there were some kids. I talked to him and his parents that drew their tags on the first try, but you're right. The more common story is people will put in for years and years and years before they finally draw. It's a difficult tag to get here in Wyoming, and so I mean, and there were plenty of Booner rams in that area, so we kind of had to make a choice. I mean, do I want to hold out? Do I want to let this one pass and hold out for something that that's more symmetrical, that's actually going to make the record books, or I'm going to take this one? He decided to take that one. So.
Yeah. Throughout hunting season, and I just heard it down in Pinedale, when you go to any coffee shop and you see a bunch of guys around in camo and blaze orange, what they're talking about, almost always you'll hear one of them say, in hindsight, I really shouldn't have took that shot on day one. I should have waited, because you never know, man. And this guy,
you do never know.
This guy, 45 years, he's been waiting for the bighorn sheep tag. How about the guy who lost his leg, and he's got a genius idea? He's got a prosthetic leg, and why can't it double for a rifle rest? Pretty.
Yeah, that. The way he explained it was, he's got a great sense of humor, and the way he explained it is him and his doctor were just joking. They just that'd make a good rifle rest, and then they were like, wait a second. We're on to something here. So we might have to check back in with him and see how that works out eventually, whether they decide to go through with it. But it's an incredible story. I mean, the guy's been fighting serious health problems he was first diagnosed with bone cancer back in 2002, and he's been kind of a constant struggle since then. And the end result was he finally, lost one of his legs, pretty much from mid-thigh on down. And so he had to readjust all over again. He'd been using internal prosthetics prior to that.
Yeah.
But then he had to switch to a full-on external prosthetic and, basically had to learn to walk again. And, he was stubborn enough that he said, well, you know what? I want to go out antelope hunting. His wife said, well, I'll let you, but you have to go to this spot at this time. We have to know where you are. So no, that's a cool story. Just no matter what gets thrown at you, keep going. That's kind of that guy's outlook.
Randy Svalina still gets out there, northern Albany County in the Laramie area, still gets out, still hunts, and maybe working on one of a kind prosthetic leg rifle rest. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Lori Dickinson, Rock Springs hunter. She bagged the gray ghost, the mule deer. It's a good-looking mule deer. Holy cow!
Yeah, and it's funny because, I've looked into prior to my career and stuff, and just hearing stories floating around where a lot of these really huge deer, or at least trophy animals, come from. A lot of them were just people that it was the right place, right time. And the way she told the story, if her husband hadn't looked back behind him at that moment, that deer would have gotten away. Because those big bucks, they do that a lot. They'll wait for you to pass and then move in behind you.
Yeah.
I've had them, man. One made my, I was out hunting with my nephew. God, this had to have been close to 10 years ago now. And one just made us look dumb because he did that. We were on foot, but he did the exact same thing. He let us walk probably he couldn't have been more than 10 yards to our left in the brush. And it was mid-morning, so we were kind of spaced out. You know, you kind of get in that, you've been hunting since dawn, and you let your attention wander a little bit. And we walked right past him, and I heard this ruckus behind me. I turned around just in time to see this monster buck, you know. 'Cause, yeah, they'll do that. But no, it's funny how many trophies. I mean, some of the trophy stories are the classic ones where the guy or the gal hunted for 2 weeks and, finally connected with them. But a lot of them are just, oh, I was just there and that deer was there. And, but no, that was a cool story. And again, if her husband hadn't turned around and looked back at just that moment, that never would have happened.
There's a reason big bucks get big, man. They're smart. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, it just takes dumb luck to outsmart a smart bull or a buck.
Yeah. Or like in my case, just because it's 10 in the morning, don't turn your brain off, because they'll get you. They'll fool you. Yeah. Yeah.
How about your story about government shutdown, how it may or may not be affecting national parks in Yosemite? They're base jumping off of what are they doing
sounds fun. I mean, I guess I should, but I mean, it'd be, I guess, fun to watch, but no, we don't want to encourage people to break the law, but it's kind of got a little bit, just a tinge of anarchy there going on in Yosemite. But it's like the lady who lives right there said, she said, yeah, most people are minding their P's and Q's, but because she's been to Beth Pratt, she's spent time in both places. She worked in Yellowstone for years, and she lives right outside of Yosemite. So the thing you got to realize about Yosemite is there's 40 million people right on the doorstep.
Yeah.
And as soon as they hear, hey, no gate fees, cool, let's go. It's gonna get crowded. Anytime you have a large crowd with minimal supervision, you're gonna get shenanigans. And but yeah, I mean, it's like Beth said, her greatest worry is somebody's gonna mangle or kill themselves. Because there's a reason they don't just turn people loose around a 3,000-foot cliff.
When the feds are away, these adrenaline junkie base jumpers will play. Launching themselves off.
Have you ever been to Twin Falls?
Idaho? Yeah.
Where Evel Knievel tried to jump the canyon.
Yeah.
Well, I bring that up because the Prime Bridge that spans the canyon right there that's like a base jumping hotspot. People come from all over the world to base jump off that bridge. And it was funny because I used to hunt deer down in that canyon. There's some monstrous mule deer down in that canyon, and it's shotgun or muzzleloader hunting only, or archery only, depending on where you are. But yeah, it's like I'd be coming back out from my morning hunt, and I'd be looking, because I'd go right under the bridge in my canoe, and I'd be looking up, there'd be dudes piling off the bridge right up on me. It's like, don't hit me, dude. It's like,
hey, let me ask you would be perfect to ask this because you've been in both places. I get this weird outlaw Butte, Montana vibe in Twin Falls. Do they remind you at all of each other or no?
Yeah, I guess it did a little. I mean, I haven't been in Twin Falls for, over 20 years now. In my understanding that it's changed quite a bit. It's grown quite a bit from when I was there. But yeah, I could kind of feel the same, a bit of the same vibe in Twin Falls that I did in Butte.
Yeah.
You're right. Now that I bring it up there, especially in the old town, the downtown area, the old bars or the old artsy movie theater I used to go to downtown Twin Falls kind of had that vibe to it.
Well, Mark Hines has so many stories we can't get to them all today. He's got a bunch. We got to get out of here, get to Kevin Meyer. Hey, Mark, have a great Tuesday.
Hey, you too. Bye.
Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily Show. Will be right back with our resident cowboy from Douglas, Wyoming, Kevin Meyer, up next.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Tuesday, so that means Kevin Myers in the room. Kevin joins us live from Douglas. I'm assuming you're in Douglas.
Yes, sir. And how are you this morning, Jake?
Fair to middling.
Well, that's all right. It's good to not let your pendulum swing too far in either direction.
Speaking of cowboy lingo terminology, I wanted to test you a little bit. What does it mean to call somebody a calico queen in cowboy lingo?
A calico queen? Well, I have to admit that I'm not sure what that one is.
That's probably good. Your better half will be happy that you don't know that terminology. That's a reference to a prostitute, a lady of the night, a calico queen.
A soiled dove, if you were?
Yes. I caught that from the calico queen. What does it mean if a cowboy says, I'm going to paint my nose? I've never heard of this one. Going to paint your nose tonight.
I do believe that means that you are going to drink in excess.
Yes, and get yourself a red nose. Yeah. Getting drunk, paint your nose. Hair in the butter. That's a good one.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, that means any kind of a delicate situation. It seems like it should mean, something unwanted, like as unwanted as a hair in your butter. But yeah, I've not heard of that one. Okay, here's one. We know what it means, but let's see if we're on the same page with this. If you refer to a fellow hand, let's say you go to work at a ranch, and you're working with a Texas cowboy, which you can usually spot pretty well, maybe an Arizona flat hatter, or a flat-out buckaroo. What is a buckaroo to you? How do you define a buckaroo, and where are they usually from in your experience?
Okay, a buckaroo is a cowboy usually from the Great Basin of Nevada and Eastern Oregon. And that has kind of spread out. You can in Idaho, there was a lot of buckaroos in Idaho as well, just that big, Great Basin area. And actually, buckaroo is the Americanized way to pronounce vaquero.
Oh, boy, I didn't make that connection.
Yeah, that's where that came from.
Oh, wow. I did not make that connection. Those words are very similar. Vaquero, buckaroo. Yeah, and for me, usually by their dress, it's usually a big hat, tall crown hat, usually a feather in it. These buckaroo, they're just a little bit outlawed different. They dress their own way. They don't tend to follow any trend, whereas some cowboys, especially in the rodeo, like they all have the same fold in their hat. They all look exactly the same. Any typical year or from a place. Buckaroos, you almost can't tell because they just do it their own way.
Well, and buckaroos tend to like accoutrements, so to speak. A lot of silver, a lot of vests, a lot of wild rags. They tend to like to dress to impress, I should say.
Yeah. And you're right about the definition on the interwebs. It says the same thing. They're from this basin country, the desert country of Oregon, Nevada, Idaho. I've all the buckaroos I've encountered are Idaho. I've not seen any Oregon or Nevada ones, but interesting. All right, we're on the same page with that, Kevin. I wanted to ask you. Oh, your Douglas got a big win, right?
Yeah, that was a pretty good get well game right there.
Dang, I think the Douglas Bearcats found the secret to success. They just took the pages out of the playbook that Owen's in. Give it the ball to Owen. Give him the rock, man.
I told him I would call that a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but that's a none-in-a-lifetime experience. Very few people are ever going to have that. And for the people that are listening don't really know what we're talking about, my son rushed for the official count now from his coach is 293 yards on Friday night.
Oh, my goodness. He slept well, I bet.
Yeah, he was pretty roughed up the next day.
Did he miss chores Saturday morning? Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Dang. I mean, he Cam Scatterboed out. Did you see Scatterbo for the Giants? He had a 3-touchdown game, that little fire plug.
Oh, and not only is he getting pounded because he's not the biggest guy in the world, he does a cartwheel into a backflip as his celebration. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. I'm like, dude, aren't you tired enough? Yeah, Scatterbo, he's just different. Yeah, that Giants guy. So,
and at some point, some coach is going to have to tell Scatterbo that he does not get extra points for hitting every defensive player, that he can go around some of them.
Right. No, he's an offensive guard posing as a running back. Yeah, he just wants contact. He will look to find you. If he's running a clear path to the end zone and you're a photographer I just get out of his way because he will hit somebody. If the Giants had a mascot, he would have been headbutted by now. He's looking for contact, this guy. He's like a mule. This Yellowstone outfitter, did you see the story from Mark Hines? Yellowstone outfitter had the video of his mules chasing off a grizz. I'm not surprised. Mules can be nasty, and especially in number. I mean, a grizz doesn't want anything to do with this.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember a few years ago, going around Facebook was a series of pictures that a mule was attacking a mountain lion.
Oh, yeah. He had it in his mouth or something?
Yeah, he had it in his mouth or shaking it around. Then he'd throw it on the ground and stomp on it. And so, and a lot of people a lot of sheep men will use mules as a coyote protector for their herd, for their flock. So they're really good at getting rid of predators. And that's when you have an animal that knows they're smarter than everything else, it's a confidence booster.
Yeah. They're interesting. If they were just better to ride, everybody would ride them. I mean, the mule it's not a good look with those ears. And then I've not found a pleasant gaited one ever, but there are some, they are breeding them to have a little longer legs. But the smarts, the feet, and then that nasty attitude. I mean, mules got a lot going for them, but they're hard to ride. They're not fun to ride.
And they are getting better because they've started to become so popular. They're starting to breed them to better and better bred quarter horses.
Yeah.
And so you're starting to see mules that look a little bit more like a quarter horse and they ride a little bit more like a quarter horse, but they still retain the intelligence and the hard feet. And so I think they're just going to keep getting better and better as they keep gaining in popularity.
Yeah, and the easy keeping intelligence, that's the thing. Like you and I know, and for people who have been horse owners or around horses, horse just spends most of its waking hours thinking of ways to kill itself. And there are numerous ways a horse can leave this mortal coil. But donkeys, mules, they just have better sense about them. They're not the one you're going to find wrapped up in barbed wire like, oh, God. It's always going to be the horse standing surrounded, wrapped in barbed wire like, what happened?
You can put a horse in a stall that is lined with bubble wrap, and he will somehow figure out how to about cut his foot off.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Only if they're good. Only if they're good. If they're a bad-minded horse or a bronc or something that just doesn't want to get along, you can put him out in the back pasture with the filled with bear traps and scrap iron, and they'll never hurt a hair on their body.
Yeah, they'll come through every time. True. Well, all right. Mules are the scataboo of the equine world. Give the ball to Owen, Bearcat football coach advice. Who do you got this week, by the way?
Buffalo.
I can't figure them out. It's not one of the Bison's better years, but they still, you can't count them out of a game ever.
Well, I think this is going to be a pretty good game because both Buffalo and Douglas have kind of followed the same trend of being really good one week and then kind of not so good the next week. Yeah. And so these teams are pretty evenly matched. It should be a pretty good game.
Yeah. Is it in Douglas or Buffalo?
Yep. Yeah, Ben Douglas, senior night.
All right. Oh, all right. Owen's a senior, yeah?
Yep.
All right. Well, another big game, maybe.
Yeah. I would just guess, and I don't want to give the Buffalo coaching staff any ideas, but I'm guessing after watching the Rollins film, they might put a spy on number 8 of Douglas.
Yeah, you better know where he is. Is he still returning kicks and punts? That's where I thought he was so dangerous. I'm like, when we play you guys, Jackson, I'm like, don't even kick to that dude. Like, just kick it out of bounds, whatever you got to do. Don't let him touch it.
No, actually, he has not been returning the kicks this year because he's been starting both offense and defense. So they give him a little bit of a breather during the game every now and then.
Yeah. All right. What else has happened in the world? Anything you've noticed?
Well, and I'm going to tie a couple things together here. I want to run this idea past you.
Yeah.
With Wyoming football and the Wyoming economy. So everybody's really worried about all of these tech companies coming in and how much energy it's going to use, electricity, and they're worried about the electricity rates coming up. So why don't we do this? Every tech company that wants to come in has to personally sponsor through NIL a 5-star recruit to the University of Wyoming football team. Now, that's not going to make the electricity rates not rise, but it is going to make people not worry about it because we'll actually have a good football team.
Right. You won't notice the electric bill, your utility bill. You'll be too busy cheering for the Pokes. This could solve many things. I don't understand why our electricity rates are going to go up. If a data center comes in and says, we're going to buy all our energy, or we're going to stand up all our energy ourselves and take care of, how does that going to make my rate go up? We got more electricity than we can use in this state. I don't know.
That's above my pay grade. But I when I was reading about that today, I was kind of wondering the same thing. If they're saying that they're going to come in and pretty well be self-contained, why is the rate's going to go up? But you know what? That's why I'm a middle-aged bronc rider.
That's why, and it's just an excuse to raise the rate. Like the price of eggs went up because of bird flu, because of COVID, because of Trump, because of the price of diesel at the pump goes up because of a hurricane in the Gulf. Like, it's just all these excuses to raise rates. Oh, a data center, you got to pay more to power your house. I don't get that. But that's a genius idea, Kevin, to get us some big recruits, some big name football guys, NIL, because as it exists now on the level playing field, Wyoming just cannot compete with some of these SEC schools. Like, we can't pay NIL money like that. Maybe a boost from the data centers. They got money.
But the ironic part of that would be, I highly doubt that very many of the Wyoming football fans would really be behind that idea. If Wyoming was just going out and buying their team every year, I think they would be just as annoyed by that as they are by never being able to keep the good players. That's just kind of the Wyoming independent and ethos of doing things the quote unquote right way.
Yeah. It'd be nice if our quarterback was from Torrington and our line, if it was all Wyoming born, maybe a few big kids from Nebraska, but I know that would be nice. That's just not the world we live in. It's going opposite of that. It used to be a time where, you were recruited in your region and you might have played ball in the same state where you went to high school, but now just the guys jumping all over the place. It don't matter where you come up.
How's your weather up there today?
Brainy and cold.
I do believe the long, beautiful fall is just about over. It's really starting to feel damp and cold and gray.
Yeah, all our leaves got knocked off. The color, the peak come and went. Although, they're still hanging on some places, but yeah. Leaves knocked off. It's starting to look dead. It's starting to look like it will look for the next 4 months, 5 months. Yeah.
Yeah, well, keeps our population low.
Yeah.
Jake.
I know. It's one upside to a vicious winter. And you walk around saying, that's about, these Californians, they got their furs on now. I just did a wedding last weekend and they were from Memphis, Tennessee, but all of them had the furs on. And whenever you see somebody, like chilled, and it is a legit cold Wyoming day, you are mandated as a good Wyoming to just be out there in a light vest and say, "Isn't it great? Like, we're getting a real mild snap here in Wyoming." just so they'll go, "You got to be kidding," and they'll move out.
My favorite line to tell somebody, because like the folks from Arizona where it's like living in an oven, they'll say, well, it's a dry heat. And that's what I always tell people. It's a dry cold. Yeah, it's 30 below, but it's a dry cold.
It's a dry cold. Or that golf movie where what's his name says, I don't think the heavy stuff's going to come down for a while yet. You can say that in the middle of the worst blizzard of all. You're like, yeah. Things you got to do to keep the population low, including a long, long winter. All right, we got a dinosaur dude coming up next, Kevin.
Cool. We've got plenty of those under the ground in Wyoming as well.
Mm-hmm. Dinosaur fascination. We're going to talk to Matt Mossbrucker and dig up some dinos. Hey, have a great day.
Have a good one.
Good luck, Bearcats, against them Bison, even though one day I'm going to live in Buffalo and I'll have to root against you then, but for now.
Hey, we all have to do what we have to do.
Yeah. Kevin Meyer joining us live from Douglas, our resident cowboy, and let's move on. Matthew will be here shortly, and we're going to talk about dinosaur digs. You'll never know what you find in the ground when you sink a shovel in the earth. Could be a triceratops tooth or something. I don't know. We'll be right back.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool.
Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
I'm just reading a little more on Truman Everts. Jackie Dorothy and I were talking about Truman Everts earlier today. Jackie has a great story with so many different angles to approach Truman Everts, the man from. He's a fascinating dude. He's known for getting lost in Yellowstone, becoming separated with his party. He was with the Doan expedition, the Washburn-Langford Doan expedition of 1870. He got separated from the group, lost track of his horse. He was terribly nearsighted. I believe it's nearsighted. He could not see really, without his glasses, had thick glasses, and survived 37 days on his own. I'm sure the party that he went with just had given him up at that point. Like, he's dead. He ain't never gonna. I hope that cat did not bring in a mouse. Hey, I left the door open, and he wants to bring me presents. Yeah, and Truman Everts, as Jackie pointed out, he had a small opera glass. The only thing he had left from the horse that this cat has lost his mind. The only thing he had left, the horse took off, and he had a blanket. No, that's what was on the horse. His supplies, his blankets, his guns, everything. The clothes on his back, a couple of knives, and a small opera glass is all Truman Everts had left with him. Lost in Yellowstone. Had no idea, how to get out. Couldn't see real well. And Jackie points out that it was angels, ghosts, somebody that talked to him that encouraged him to keep going, even pointed the way sometimes, like, nah, don't go there, Truman. Bad idea. Don't climb that mountain. Go here. He initially set off south. He was towards Yellowstone. He was around the Yellowstone Lake area. And he went south, and he ended up on the shores of Heart Lake, where he just lay down and was about to give up, but there were thermal springs there that kept him warm, kept him from dying of hypothermia. He would eat small things like a bird. He caught a bird. He ate bugs. And he was pretty starved by the time he crawled his way out. By the time he got out of Yellowstone, 37 days later, he weighed 90 pounds. There's an interesting story on the internet besides Jackie Dorothy's story of Truman Everts. There's another fun story on the internet, YellowstonePark.com. And the headline is, Lost in Yellowstone, not once but twice. He got lost 2 times and started a forest fire. So, of course, he was offered a superintendent job of Yellowstone. Truman Everts, just a fascinating dude. He lived to old age. I think he lived to 86 years old. He was born in 1816 in Burlington, Vermont. Died February 16th, 1901 in Hyattsville, Maryland. And survived in 1870, lost in Yellowstone. Started a forest fire. As Jackie pointed out, he used his opera glass to magnify the sun to start a fire so he could stay warm. But the fire ended up starting a big forest fire in Yellowstone. Well, you got to do what you got to do just to survive. There's an interesting book. It's probably not the only one, but an interesting book about the whole affair. Truman C. Everts. What a survival tale. And Jackie Dorothy's story of it. I don't know where Matthew's at. Matt Mossbrucker is supposed to join us. He is the director of the Morrison Museum of Natural History in Colorado, and he conducts several digs in Wyoming, particularly in the Triceratops Gulch area, and that's outside of Glen Rock, Wyoming. Popular place to, you can't swing a dead cat in this area without digging up a Triceratops bone or other dinosaur bones. And it's a popular dig, and he brings people from around the world that are just dinosaur crazy and love to come and excavate. Is that the word for it when you're looking for dinosaurs? And it must be fun to make discoveries like that. But, I don't know where Matthew is. So let's take the opportunity instead to do this day in history, because we may not have any other time to do it. October 14th, what are the things that happen on this day in history? How about going all the way back? Well, not all the way. All the way back would be year zero, right? Or year one. Even that's not all the way back. Then there's BC. But we're going far back to the year 1066. Duke William of Normandy would defeat King Harold Godwinson in the Battle of Hastings. The result of the battle would bring feudalism into England and result in the birth of English common law. Basically, very much what we know today, our roots in the United States from English common law. All happened because Duke William beat King Godwinson in the Battle of Hastings. This day, 1066. On this day in 1884, State Democratic Convention was held in Carbon County in Wyoming. In 1912, on this day, John Schrank, suffering from delusions about the late William McKinley, would shoot Theodore Roosevelt at a campaign stop. Was Roosevelt really, did he shoot at him or did he actually shoot him? Oh, I need to know more about that. I don't remember Teddy Roosevelt being shot. John Schrank. Oh, there's even a pretty good photo of him. Born in the Kingdom of Bavaria in the German Empire, made his way to the United States, eventually would go kind of crazy about McKinley. Schrank claimed to have experienced visions of the ghost of the assassinated U.S. President William McKinley. And the ghost told Schrank that Roosevelt was his murderer. Oh, no wonder he attempted to assassinate former President Theodore Roosevelt. Did this at the Gilpatrick Hotel in Milwaukee, October 14th, 1912. I did not know that. He was eventually locked up in the Central State Hospital for the criminally insane for 31 years until his death. Other things that happened on October 14th, hunters were asked to donate their skins to the war effort, 1943. So many shortages during World War II that hunters in Wyoming were asked to, after they harvest their deer, elk, whatever, to donate the skins to the war effort. If it seems like an unusual request, keep in mind the demand for leather during World War II by the military was quite high. Various uniforms used different types of leather. Cowhide was the most common leather in use, of course, but elk hide was specifically required for mounted service boots, for cavalrymen and horse artillerymen and other mounted soldiers. Interesting. Eli Bebout celebrates a birthday today. The former U.S. Senator of Wyoming, Eli Bebout, born this day, 1946. October 14th, 1963, the state penitentiary Shaw High School graduated its first class. And in 2008, the gray wolf of the northern Rocky Mountains was once again returned to federal protection list this day in 2008. All these things happen on this day in history. It's October 14th. Time to check the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Today, two-time National Intercollegiate Rodeo Association champion Paige Rasmussen joins us. She talks about her experience at Turning Point USA and how her job came to be. Interesting conversation. Paige Rasmussen on the Rodeo Roadshow. Coming up next. Stay close.
Be part of something bigger. Join the American Sheep Industry Association today. Producers who join their state sheep association automatically gain ASI membership and access to national resources and representation. If your state doesn't have an association, no worries. You can still sign up individually at sheepusa.org and stay connected to the future of the industry. Your voice matters. Your membership counts. Again, learn more at sheepusa.org.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
And so I applied and I got the job, and it's just been, the most amazing past couple of months with them.
Paige Rasmussen on the phone from her home in Lubbock, Texas. And so did you go to some rallies? Did you meet the right people? How did that all happen?
It's kind of funny. I just applied online, and the interesting thing about Turning Point is they're not looking at your specific degree. They're not looking at which school you went to. They're looking at what kind of leader you are. They're looking at what kind of person you are, and if you're going to be bold and convicted to stand on the truth. And so just from having some conversations and some interviews with people at Turning Point, we really clicked, and we knew that it was going to be the right fit.
She was born and raised in Montana, was part of the Montana State University Lady Bobcat Rodeo team when they won a national title. She won an all-around world title intercollegiately and a goat time title intercollegiately. She seems to have found her niche in the world of Turning Point USA. Our thanks to Paige Rasmussen for sharing some of her life experience on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming's data center boom has sparked optimism about bringing jobs and money to the state's coffers, but there are concerns about rising power bills for everyday customers. Over the weekend, former state senator Anthony Bouchard channeled a lot of those fears and frustrations in one long Facebook post that attracted hundreds of comments. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports not everybody's worried.
A lot of these data centers are bringing their own power. They're going to build out natural gas, for example, for the Casper facility. And Evanston, too, I believe they're going to use a proportion that's natural gas, as well as some renewables that they're building themselves. So they're adding to the electrical generation capacity, building that infrastructure themselves.
Wyoming's growing sector of artificial intelligence and data centers have collectively announced 12.8 gigawatts worth of processing power so far. Radiant Nuclear announced Monday afternoon that it will build its first nuclear microreactor manufacturing facility in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, not Wyoming, abandoning plans for a controversial project near Bar None after months of heated debate over spent nuclear fuel storage. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the decision comes after Radiant repeatedly warned Wyoming officials that regulatory uncertainty could drive the company elsewhere.
It's really shown a division between Republican legislators in Wyoming. Senator Ed Cooper was really explicit about his criticisms toward the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, saying they're really going to have to answer for erasing many years of economic development work. The Freedom Caucus responded and said, hey, look, we're not against the industry, we're against waste.
Radiant says they will build their new factory on portions of the historic K-27 and K-29 Manhattan project sites, with construction beginning in early 2026. A Yellowstone outfitter and guide who loves exploring the most remote places in the national park says he's grateful for his horses and mules. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that outfitter Kip Sale says the animals aren't just hardy companions, they also gang up to chase away interloping grizzlies.
He had this video of some of his mules and horses chasing a grizzly bear away from camp. And he said, yeah, he is stocked there, acclimated enough to the backcountry that they'll do that. Generally, as long as the bears are off on the periphery of camp and they're not causing any trouble, they leave the bears alone. This one just got too close, and so the horses and the mules ran it off. And he said it was a young bear, which makes sense. The younger, less experienced bears.
Sale tells Cowboy State Daily that he isn't afraid of bears as long as people are alert, respectful, and follow basic common sense rules, such as keeping a clean camp. There's little risk of trouble with grizzlies. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
A human skull has been found in a cave by a rock hunter near Needles Peak in southern Carbon County. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports the find has touched off a mystery and a law enforcement investigation.
Deputies responded, and people from the coroner's office responded, and they confirmed it was, in fact, a skull. And according to the sheriff of Carbon County, it could be 50 years old or older based on just how it appeared. And there's no word whether it's an actual missing person from Carbon County or where it might be. And they're getting anthropologists to help the coroners to try to identify the skull if they can.
The Carbon County Sheriff's Office reports that no other remains or items related to the skull were found in the cave or the surrounding area. And 4 moose have been struck and killed within the past couple of weeks in Grand Teton National Park, including a famous bull called Elk Antler. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports authorities say the rash of killings comes down to one thing.
I talked to some tour guides and photographers, and they all said that the problem's basically the same. The people are just lead-footing it through the parks, Grand Teton, Yellowstone, driving way faster than they need to be. Those are also vulnerable times for animals. Like in the spring, a lot of times they'll be migrating and crossing highways, and then in the fall, you have the mating seasons are on, what they call the rut.
Grand Teton and Yellowstone continue to draw record crowds of visitors each and every year. There's also a big trend toward more people showing up during the previously quiet shoulder season in the spring and fall. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms, but then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
We're back for our final hour on a Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Renee Jean should be here. Not sure what happened to Matthew, but we got to get him on. Matt Mossbrucker, the dinosaur guy. Any mention of dinosaur is always good. Everybody loves dinosaurs, fascinated with dinosaurs. And we got some old dead dinosaurs in Wyoming. The bones, the oil, natural gas. Cowboy State Daily Stories. We're going to check out with Renee. She's been super busy with a whole mess of stories I want to get with her. She's got a story about data centers every week. A new data center project coming to Wyoming, seems like. Boy, there's a lot of them. And will they, as we learn with this new latest one outside of Cheyenne, due to better technology or differently applied technology, these guys who were putting in the one in Cheyenne say it's not going to be water hungry, not going to be a thirsty data center they're putting in. And this could be the new trend, because one big downside to data centers, and we're going to need these data centers, these warehouses that going to store computers, and the computers are going to do all that thinking for us. Every time you ask Siri something, every time you Google, every time you chat GPT, all this stuff has to come out of a computer somewhere. The cloud actually exists somewhere. There is a physical cloud. It's not just metaphorically, it's stored in the cloud. The cloud does exist, and the cloud is in Wyoming. Pretty much it is now. It's very cloudy today. No, that cloud is actually, these big, Meta has got presence here. Microsoft, these data centers are the cloud. Your data goes somewhere, exists somewhere, is stored somewhere in some computer. It may not be your computer, but it's somebody's computer, the cloud. And these data centers are the future, and they're huge, and they bring, I guess, a boost to the economy. I mean, there's going to be tax revenue. As long as the state taxes the crap out of them and gets their money, they're helpful to the state. I don't know how many jobs they bring. I'm still a little fuzzy on that. Maybe we can ask Renee. Because a data center, to my thinking, is legit warehouse full of bunch of computers. And you need like a guy to check on them, a guy or a gal. You need a person to make sure the computers aren't getting sick or not overheating. You got to check on all your computers, make sure they're right. So some dude makes the rounds like once every 3 hours. It's like the 24/7 surveillance. All right, so you need a handful of people to just make sure the computers are working all right. And what else? Where else is the human? Where else are we needing the local workforce to get involved in a data center other than to build it? Once it's built out, where are the jobs? I don't know about a boost to the economy. There's certainly a drain on electricity, but are they going to raise our rates because of data centers? That's what we're going to ask Renee about. So let's get her in here and put her to the test, put her to the question. Renee Jean joins us this Tuesday. Renee, I'm wondering about these data centers. That's all we hear about lately. There's like every week a new data center. I don't understand the economy. I don't understand how having a data center coming in, if they're going to, some of them bringing their own power, some of them purchasing 100% Wyoming power, considering that Wyoming can generate way more electricity than we who live here can ever consume. Why should it raise our utility bill? I don't understand that. And maybe it won't.
Well, I think it's a complicated issue, Jake. Of course, there's always supply and demand, right? What do we know about that? When demand goes up, prices tend to go up. Okay, so that's one factor.
Yeah.
Whatever molecule of energy these data centers use, whether it's coal, natural gas, solar, wind, there are only so many molecules of energy floating around that are available. If you want more, then you have to build out infrastructure to generate that power, right? So building out infrastructure is expensive. It costs a lot of money to build new transmission lines, new generating stations, and all of the stuff that goes with that. So that's another factor that has people, concerned that 12.8 gigawatts worth of power has been announced with these data centers just recently. Uh, let's look at that. We got Casper, 1.5 gigawatts, Cheyenne, 1.8 gigawatts. I think actually they might have two of those at 1.8 gigawatts that have been announced. And then another one at 302 megawatts. That one's kind of small compared to the.
Yeah, 1.8 gigawatts is a lot, right? Like that's
Yeah, and then
that's
Evanston
huge.
has a 1 gigawatt. These are just the ones we know about that have been publicly announced. Others that might be building that really haven't gone out there and said, "Hey, here we are. We're planting our flag." We don't know about those. And then Meta and Microsoft have both announced either an expansion. Microsoft's going to expand. Meta is going to come here and build something, but neither one of them have said how big their somethings are. So we don't even know what that is. I added all that up. It's 12.8 gigawatts. What does Wyoming use as a whole state? We use less than 1 gigawatt.
Wow.
You're talking about 12.8 times an amount that we don't even use yet. We're not even to 1 gigawatt yet. That powers 1 million homes. We have 286,000 homes in Wyoming, so we're not even halfway. We're not even halfway there with residential spaces. So I think that's fueled legitimate concern about how these data centers are going to affect regular ratepayers. A lot of us have already faced year over year increases. It's getting to be, a bigger bite of our budget that really hurts senior citizens who are more or less on fixed incomes, many of whom, might not be able to just go back to work. You get older, you start to have health problems. That's not their fault. They spent an entire lifetime working. So I think there's a lot of factors to this that make it complex. But on the other side of the equation, Jake, there's some good points here too. So all of this demand for power, and when I say they want every energy molecule you can get, now that you think about, 12.8 times 1 gigawatt, they're obviously looking for a molecule of energy anywhere. Nuclear, solar, wind, coal, natural gas, they don't care. They just need the power, right? So that creates a demand that can support our legacy oil and gas and coal industries potentially, depending on how Wyoming approaches this, right? And there are discussions going on right now about how to approach this. How do we build a tariff? That's what they call these contracts. Is
Yeah.
tariff. How do we build a contract or a tariff so that the cost of this data center, this 1.8 gigawatt data center, doesn't fall on consumers? Consumers aren't building infrastructure. It's all on the data center. Black Hills Energy has kind of already done that kind of work for its utility. I think Rocky Mountain Power is also working on something for large contracts. They have language in that. Remember that big, huge rate case? That was a topic that they were bringing, some language for large contracts. So, there's that. Wyoming's already been working on that back in 2015, 2012 timeframe when Microsoft came knocking. Black Hills Energy created a tariff that does that. It was very innovative at the time. Nobody else really had that. They put that together, and that's been used for these 7 to 8 data centers that Cheyenne has. So I talked to the mayor about this, and what he feels is that they have been successful in keeping that from affecting Black Hills Energy Power customers, while at the same time building a more robust, better electric system for everyone, which in turn helps regular customers. The other thing is, it's economy of scale. These projects are helping pay some administrative costs across the board. That makes things a little less expensive for everyone. So there are opportunities, if this is done right, to make things better, I think, for people. I guess the third factor I would bring up is I don't think data centers are going anywhere anytime soon. They're going to go somewhere. I mean, we all got one of these in our pocket.
Right.
That's part of what's driving these data centers is our addiction to an endless array of electronic gadgets. We use them for work. We use them for fun. We check our bank accounts with them. We use our AI shopping assistant to come up with cool recipes with the ingredients that are left in our fridges. I don't think anybody's going to give all that up. Not the majority of people anyway. So clearly data centers are going to go somewhere. It's going to become someone's problem. Wyoming, is good at solving problems. So why not?
Yeah.
Wyoming, we have the climate for it. We need the diversification. It will also support our legacy industries. This, I think, is why a lot of the Wyoming public officials and elected officials are looking at data centers and saying, how do we do this? How do we do it right? How do we make sure it doesn't hurt customers? But yes, we want them to come because we need the diversification. We need the jobs. That's kind of how I see this space right now.
Yeah. As I was explaining earlier before you came on, this theoretical cloud, like more and more our information is not stored on our computers, on our devices. We working on the cloud. Well, the cloud actually exists. The cloud is a data center in Wyoming. And it seems like a really good fit. We got the climate for it. It's already cool. We're an energy state that produces way more energy than we can ever consume. It seems like it'll work. You just got to figure out how to do it right, how to tariff. We have no corporate tax, so they come in. How does the state get their money out of these data centers? And I love, Renee, that you boiled things down to a molecular level. When you mention molecules, only the scientist business journalist that Renee is could get things to a molecular level. Wow.
Well, so tax revenue wise, the recently announced 302 megawatt data center is going to generate 250 million in tax revenue. So there is tax revenue associated with these. It's not a free ride. It is helping the communities where they locate. It is helping them with their tax revenue.
Let's switch gears. I love this story about as connected as we are with the data centers and the ChatGPT and all this technology. Wyoming still remains a place cherished for your ability to get off the grid and get unconnected, including Fred Ramsdell, who had no idea he just won the Nobel Prize.
Oh, right. That, I saw that and I was like, I think that's a cool story for Wyoming because this is kind of what we do in the tourism sector. There's no place better to unplug. And even if the world is looking for you because you just won the Nobel Prize, they can't get to you. I thought that was really cool.
Oh, it's so cool.
Employees were telling people who were calling for him, sorry, he's out there living his best life in Wyoming.
Yeah, and when I saw, Nobel, there's been a bunch of, must be the time of year where they announce all these Nobel Prize winners for different aspects. And I saw the winners, and I'm wondering if anybody had traces to Wyoming. I looked a few up, and I'm like, no, there's no Wyoming connection here. You found one with Fred Ramsdell only because he was here when they made the announcement. And that must have been...
It's funny too how he found out. So they stopped and yelled. They're on their way out of Wyoming. The vacation was over, 3.5 week backpacking trip, and they stopped in Yellowstone National Park so he could walk the dogs. His wife, got a dot or two of reception finally, and her phone is suddenly blowing up. She's like yelling in the car, and he can hear her while he's walking the dogs. Oh my God. And he's like thinking, okay, I'm in grizzly bear country. And so he's looking around for the grizzly bear. There's no grizzly bear anyway. So he's like, what in the heck is wrong with her? She gets out of the car and she's like, you won the Nobel Prize. And he's like, I did not. She's like, look at this, look at my phone. I have 200 messages that say you won the Nobel Prize.
It's for real. You're a winner, Fred. Well, you were a winner when you chose to go on a backpacking trip to Wyoming. That's the real winner. But yeah, Nobel Prize winner, Fred Ramsdell, California researcher. So cool. And that is the Wyoming connection that Fred got the news in Wyoming. This is one of my favorite movies. Wind River. I've seen it I don't normally watch a movie twice. Like once I've seen it or read a book, that's it. There's too much else to get to, but I have seen Wind River 3 times. I love it. It put Taylor Sheridan on the map. Not many people knew who Taylor Sheridan was till this movie. Screenwriter, great movie. And another one coming out that I'm not so sure is a Wind River 2.0. We can talk about it, but it's on Netflix again. What did you find out about Wind River? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I watched it so I could write this story.
So good.
Yeah. It's very entertaining, but like the coroner said, not very accurate. This was Taylor Sheridan's early days. He didn't have big teams of experts advising him on this is a big mistake here, this isn't works. I get that it's a movie, but we also expect a certain amount of realism with the movie, because if you don't have that realism, it breaks the storyline for you, because you're like thinking, oh, that's not the way it would happen.
Let me ask you, Renee. I know that what I picked up on, anybody Wyoming would pick up on, is you don't make this 6-hour drive in 20 minutes down the road. It was the bigness of Wyoming, getting from here to here, the logistics. Yeah. Was there anything else you noticed that they got just wrong?
Oh, just all kinds of things that are just wrong. Yeah. And to your point about the distances, Gannett, that peak that he was talking about, she ran 6 miles. You've got 6 miles to the nearest road. That's wrong.
Right.
There are no roads that close to Gannett. Right. That is a park your car and hike for days to get there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was wrong also. That was significant. Well, so where do I even start? Will your lungs really freeze if you are running in the extreme cold? Think about this for a minute.
Okay.
No, they won't, because first of all, they're inside a warm body cavity. All the blood, this is the core of your body kind of thing. The lungs would be the last thing to freeze.
Yeah, your toes will get frostbite, but your lungs are not going to freeze up.
Right. They're not going to freeze up just because it's extremely cold. Now, you might have difficulty breathing. You might have bronchospasms and all of that. But the whole explanation about how the lungs burst, that's just completely false. It's not that it works in the real world. If you're anybody with any kind of experience in the medical field, or just someone with a skeptical brain, you're going to immediately say, that's baloney. Right. And then you've got that reality breaking. It breaks the reality of the movie. So it ruins the movie for some folks. I guess another point where they're completely wrong, Lander has had an FBI office for forever. So nobody would be flying in from Las Vegas because there was a conference and that was just the nearest place, nearest FBI agent who could be sent in with improper clothing and everything else. A lot of the things that the FBI agent did were not things that FBI agents would do. So, that's pretty jarring to anybody who knows better, right?
Okay. Renee, I might be willing to suspend more of my common sense when I watch a movie than you are.
And hair dryers to thaw out the bodies. That's one that didn't appear in the movie because our Fremont County coroner is like, hey guys, that's completely ridiculous. It's not the way it gets done. You would be sharing all this evidence. When we take a frozen body, we take the ground with it, and then it sits in a morgue for, a couple, 3 days to slowly thaw so that the evidence isn't lost. So just all these kinds of different plot points that are completely false.
I see.
If your exposure, if you're fleeing some violent something and the exposure kills you, that is a homicide, unlike what they argued in the movie where he said, "Oh, I can't rule it a homicide because it's accidental exposure." That's baloney also. That's not the way it works.
Renee Jean looking at Wind River, the movie, with a more critical eye than your average popcorn muncher. I thought they got some things right. Like it felt Wyoming-y, and especially I like the way Native American portrayed the tribes and the whole vibe there. I thought that rang pretty true. But you're right. There were, you had to ignore a few glaring issues. There's a Wind River 2 in the making, although it's not going to involve Taylor Sheridan. You're not going to have Jerry Renner. He ran himself over with a snowplow. You're not going to have the FBI agent. What's her name? So I don't know how this is Wind River 2. There's nothing similar, no similar thread, but whatever. It remains a very popular movie.
Yeah, it is very entertaining. It's a well-written storyline. It's just that some of the plot points and reality don't match. I think it matters because when we see these movies, we think that's how it works out there. And then we get an education because that's not really the truth. That's not really the way things are. So I think it does matter that these movies at least get it close.
Yeah. Fair. Let's talk. We got time for just one more. Renee will pick up the rest on Thursday. The Wyoming sugar beet, our sugar beet crop this year, pretty darn good. Everybody's excited about the volume. Prices might not be where they want them. Why is that?
Yeah. So, normally when you hear it's a good harvest, your sugar content is great, you're thinking, oh, wonderful. Farmers are having a great year. But there's a second half to that equation, and that's where the harvest meets the market. The market is down 33% year over year. That is a whopping drop in the market. Meanwhile, we've got all these input prices that are, 68% more than they were. It's going to be a terrible year for these farmers because they're going to break even with a great harvest. How discouraging has that got to be if you're a farmer? How do you keep going?
Yeah, and when we're talking about supply and demand, which drives the market to, almost the complete extent, it's all supply and demand. In this case, it's not necessarily the demand, thanks to Ozempic and all these other drugs that are convincing us to do away with sugar, go on a whole carb or a meat diet, protein diet. It's not dieting. It's not the demand isn't there. I guess it's supply. The market is flooded with cane sugar, sugar substitutes, and other sugars.
Well, okay. So I was told that they feel that, Wegovy, Ozempic, doctors will tell you don't eat a whole lot of sugar because it can contribute to side effects like nausea. It also can interfere with the function of the drugs when the blood sugar spikes. So they're really wanting you to avoid blood sugar spikes with these drugs in order to get them to work the way that they should. Not that everybody necessarily follows that. And if people are able to eat sugar when they're on these drugs, more power to them.
Yeah.
But it's the whole point of it is, to kind of even that blood sugar spike out. So they advise not to overeat sugar. But that's only taking a little bit off the market. Domestic suppliers are only providing about 80% right now. I was told that that's because of sugar dumping by the beet growers and the beet companies. This is where a government subsidizes sugar so much that they can bring the product to market at much lower rates than the cost of production. And they call that dumping. And so sugar dumping is what I was told is responsible for a majority of where the prices are at right now. Evidently, according to the beet growers I talked to, and during the Biden administration, they weren't calculating things correctly. Sugar surpluses are now at like 13.9, however many, whatever units that were, like million tons or something like that. So a much bigger supply than we normally have on hand. Well, when we increase supply, prices go down. Demand has gone down a little, so that's adding on to a little, but the majority of it is this sugar dumping. The guy I talked to with Wyoming Sugar, he's like, there's plenty of room for Americans to cut consumption if we just took care of all this dumping that goes on.
Yeah. Well, Mike Greer, I assure you, I'm doing my part to keep demand high. I got a sweet tooth like you've never seen, man. I can support the entire Bighorn Basin beet growing outfit. And then the end of the month is like the sugar Super Bowl of all time. When we get down to Halloween, everybody's going to be eating sugar. So hopefully we'll do our part.
Right.
As good Americans and Wyomingites. Thanks, Renee, for popping on. Appreciate it.
All right.
Have a great Tuesday. Renee Jean of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a break. Coming right back with more. Stay there.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Did anybody see Saturday Night Live over the weekend? SNL did a cold open with Kristi Noem, the Ice Queen, as she's sometimes dubbed. It was pretty good. Who played Kristi Noem? They did Pam Bondi, and that was played by, who was that? Amy Poehler did Pam Bondi, and Tina Fey did a pretty good Kristi Noem, including toting the assault rifle. Kristi Noem recorded a video and an audio message to be played at airports across the country. And CNN is reporting that multiple airports are refusing to play the Kristi Noem video because it blames Democrats for the government shutdown. Kristi Noem is trying to send the message to air travelers that during the shutdown, during the government shutdown, every attempt is being made to make sure that you're having a safe, pleasant experience. In the video, as I'm reading it from Fox News here, that's intended to play at security lines at all airports across the country, Kristi Noem says it is TSA's top priority to make sure that you have the most pleasant and efficient airport experience possible while we keep you safe. Okay. Encouraging message from the Department of Homeland Security Chief, Director, what is she? Secretary of Homeland Security. Kristi Noem says this. And then she goes on to say, however, Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government. Because of this, many of our operations are impacted and most of our TSA employees are working without pay. And it's this part of the message that has caused some airports to say, we're not going to play it. These Democrat airports, I guess we'll call them. Now all of a sudden airports have gotten into politics. They're playing political games. Several major U.S. airports, including Las Vegas Harry Reid International, Portland International, Seattle Tacoma International, Charlotte Douglas, and 3 airports in New York. I guess that would be Newark, LaGuardia, and who am I missing? I used to live there. I've flown out of all of them. So, yes, it does appear to be these liberal blue state airports that didn't care for the smack, the backhanded stab, the passive aggressiveness of the Kristi Noem message. It's almost as if Kristi Noem got off track in the middle of recording it. Don't think it wasn't intentional. I'm sure it was. I'm sure there was a script. But it feels like Kristi Noem started out with the correct message, like, hey, Americans, just want to assure you that TSA, Homeland Security, your government's working hard to keep you safe while you travel. And keep in mind, these poor TSA guys are not getting paid while they do continue to do the job and keep you safe. It's not easy, but safety's top priority. Like, that's the message. And then all of a sudden she got off track and started playing the blame game. And it's all because of the stupid Democrats. And I just wonder if that was off script. I'm sure it works for Trump. I'm sure if it had to pass muster, I'm sure if it had to pass President Trump's desk and they say, here's the video that Kristi Noem made for the airports, President, what do you think? Trump would be like, approved. But it just feels like she started out with the right idea. Like, It's TSA's top priority to make sure you have the most pleasant and efficient airport experience. At this point, you're sort of tuning out, just like you do when they do the safety message, how to work a seatbelt. You're like, duh, I've been putting myself in seatbelts since I was 2. And you sort of tune out. It's our top priority, drone, until she says, however, Democrats in Congress, I just woke up. Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government. Because of this, many of our operations are impacted. Because of this, you might die in a plane crash. No, she didn't say that. But it almost sounded like she just got off track a little bit. I don't agree with the airports that wouldn't play it. But I also don't agree that Kristi Noem should have name called. Congress right now obviously is dysfunctional. We're in day 14. We're 2 weeks into this shutdown. Has anyone noticed? Every time I say shutdown, I'm going to have to do the aside. 2 weeks into the shutdown. Has anyone noticed? If you work for the federal government, you've noticed. And I don't want to be heartless toward you, but I mean, the rest of us, we're finding out after 2 weeks, why do we need government? Who needs DC? I'm functioning. I'm doing what I do every single day. I haven't noticed. Anyway, I think it was wrong for Kristi Noem to call out Democrats. Congress is dysfunctional. The Senate is a romper room. And it doesn't matter who's to blame. Both sides are going to say the other side's to blame. We know how that goes. So there's no point to saying Democrats screwed it up. Just do the message. The message is your government is still here. We're still protecting you. We're doing the job. The TSA is doing the job. But just a reminder, they're doing it without pay, and that's tough. So be nice to them when they grab your crotch looking for something. Be nice to them when they're rude and tell you that you can't bring the big shampoo in your luggage. Keep in mind, they're not getting paid to do this now. That's the message. You didn't have to go the extra mile with the whole Democrat thing. I think that's too far. But it's also too far for airports to just not play it. All of a sudden now airports are playing a political game. We're all getting political in politics. Wow. I want to get to a couple more Cowboy State Daily stories. Committee adopts a bill greenlighting lawsuits, paving the way for you to sue your library if they put a dirty book on the shelf. This bill will have any chance of passing? We'll talk about it next.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Well, he did it. They did it. California just banned Glock pistols. Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law a ban on the most popular type of handgun in the United States. No Glocks. Assembly Bill 1127. Brought to the legislative session in California by Representative Jesse Gabriel, Democrat from Encino. Representative Catherine Stefani, Democrat from San Fran. The bill passed. Governor signed it. And it is now unlawful to possess a Glock pistol in California. California just continuing under the governorship of Gavin Newsom to separate themselves from the United States. They're basically their own country now. Claire McFarland's story in the Cowboy State Daily. The Wyoming Judiciary Committee Monday of this week adopted a bill letting residents of any given county or school district, allowing them the ability to sue libraries or a school over sexually explicit materials in children's sections of libraries. A version of this bill went nowhere earlier. It was blasted for being terribly flawed. Back in February and August meetings of the committee, there was an earlier version of the bill that was just a mess. It has since been revamped and looks a little better, maybe. But will it pass this February? This is a budget session. The upcoming legislative session, which will be February 9th, it kicks off 2026. And any bill that does not involve budget stuff, every other year, Wyoming has a general session where some 400 plus bills are brought to Cheyenne. And then that alternates with a budget session year in the even number years. So in 2026, we're looking at a budget session. That raises the bar for passage of bills that don't concern budget. The lawmakers should be considering only things that involve budget. If there's a law like this, it would need a 2/3 threshold approval in both chambers. So it's difficult. It cuts down on the amount of non-budget bills you see brought during the even years of sessions, because it's a lot harder to get. If a bill is kind of 50-50 or you're not really sure, or you've already brought it and it failed during general, chances are don't even bother in a budget session. But the folks behind this bill say that they're still intent on bringing it. Representative Jamie Lean of Casper, she instituted a review process by which community members could challenge books. That sounds helpful. I mean, rather than just pave the way for a lawsuit saying, hey, this county library has this smut book there where my kid couldn't get a hands on it. Let's just go through a review process. If there's a book this sounds objectionable, let's talk it out and let's either remove it or keep it. But yeah, I don't know. 2026 session could include this bill. It was adopted through the Judiciary Committee on Monday. Similar bill that had flaws, but it's now been reworked. The bill still has a key flaw, according to Senator Barry Crago of Buffalo. He said the bill now, as it reads, defines children's section as basically any portion of the library devoted primarily to or that provides materials aimed toward persons younger than age 18. By that logic, Crago says, the whole library is a children's section. There's not an adult section left in the library, the way the bill reads. So, yeah, interesting story and an ongoing issue in Wyoming. Certainly, Claire McFarland has that story. Dale Killingback with a story about a man who I don't need a long, lengthy trial on this one. Casper man texted a murder threat to the girl who lived upstairs in the apartment up above. What is that story about? What is that song? Knock 3 times on the ceiling if you... the song. Tony Orlando and Dawn was that the knock 3 times? This is the Dawn and Tony Orlando and Dawn. That song, knock 3 times on the ceiling if you want my love. Twice on the pipe if the answer is no. Oh, those were the days when we lived in carefree times. 1970, and you're in love with the girl upstairs, and knock on the ceiling if you love me. Now it's knock 3 times, or I'll send 4 shots from my rifle. Casper man accused of texting a murder threat to the woman who lives upstairs in the apartment, and then allegedly fired 4 shots into the ceiling. He was trying to follow her footsteps around, shooting at her. That's kind of attempted murder in my book, but Travis Nelson is only being charged with some kind of reckless, aggravated assault and battery. I would seek harder than that. This dude sounds like the red flag you always see in hindsight. Travis Nelson. The rest of us law-abiding citizens do not text the girl upstairs and say we're going to shoot at you. What did he say exactly? The text involves some weird stuff. When cops got there, by the way, so the woman says, I've never even had I've had one interaction with him briefly. He doesn't have my phone number as far as I know. I never gave it to him. Yet somehow he texted her. When cops got there after there were reports of gunshots, she called 911. She's like, I hear gunshots. Cops came, found Travis drinking vodka and saying he was dealing with some BS from one of his neighbors. Cops saw a Henry lever-action .22 caliber rifle. It had been discharged in his apartment. They found 4 different empty shells. So he said it accidentally went off. Accidentally 4 times in different rooms of his apartment. I don't know about that. He also had a 12-gauge shotgun in the trunk of his vehicle. He said he was planning a road trip. He also had a black AR-styled rifle and a brown lever-action rifle in the trunk of his vehicle. These are weapons that he shared in text with the girl upstairs. he sent a text that said the text message had pictures of the weapons. One of the texts said, "Who said anything about that? I don't know what that means." The woman replied, "Who would send a gun? Who would send a photograph of a gun?" In other words, what's wrong with you, nutcase? And then he responded, "It's all fun and games until it's not. I'll come knock on your shiz and air you out. Just give me the word." That sounds like a threat. And then he fires, allegedly, 4 shots into the ceiling. Now, a .22 is probably not good. It's not the cartridge to penetrate through the floor and hit this woman. Not likely, but whatever. This is attempted murder in my mind. This guy's got several weapons lying around. He's making threats to the girl upstairs and then takes shots at her through the floor. This is not a guy that should get parole in my mind, because this is the guy we find out 8 years, 10 years, 15 years later that does something a whole lot worse. It was a bad news dude. Dale Killingback, Casper man, text murder threat, then fires 4 shots into his ceiling at the woman who lives up above. Travis Nelson made his initial appearance in Casper Circuit Court on Friday last week on a charge of aggravated assault and battery. I should say, court records show Casper cops showed up at his place 11:14 p.m. Thursday on reports of suspicious text messages and actual gunshots. They arrested the 26-year-old, him, his bottle of vodka, and at least 5 firearms by my count. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It's got a .38 revolver, AR-style rifle, .308 hunting rifle, .22 caliber air rifle, shotgun. The woman upstairs said the text unnerved her. I'd be a little bit unnerved myself. Golly. These stories and, boy, a whole bunch more we never had time to get to on the Cowboy State Daily Show on this Tuesday. Y'all have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.